This conference will now be recorded.
There you are.
Call to order the legal committee meeting for Thursday, February 23rd, 2023. If the clerk will call the roll, please.
Chairman Hildebrand,
Present.
Councilor Arnold,
Present.
Councilor Ordvista,
Here.
Councilor Corn.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. And now if we can move to the approval of the agenda.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'd like to move under the non-action items, item number 15, to right after the approval of the minutes. So we got a full room, we can get those staff reports done and give those people a chance to get out of here. That would be beneficial, I think.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion to move item 15 of the non-action items, department reports, to be right after the approval of the minutes for today. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. There, and so approved. A motion for the approval of the minutes for the committee meeting, legal committee meeting on Thursday, January 26th.
Mr. Chairman, on looking at the minutes on page 7,
Yes, sir.
item number 5, I think that had to do with the TV show kind of thing. Is that right?
I believe so.
And it shows no action was taken, which is true. What died was my motion to move it to city council. And I encourage everybody to vote no on it. So the only thing that died was my motion.
Thank you.
And I've done some study in Robert's rules. There's a mini motion over there, but you can approve, disapprove, table, or postpone. And we didn't get any of that done. So that item is up here again. So for the purposes of this meeting, this is my resolution to the problem is delete item number 5
The minutes.
from the minute and put it on the next agenda for final disposal or whatever we're going to do to it.
I concur that you're correct with Robert's rule, and if we didn't follow those, so this item is just still hanging in this committee.
Right.
And that to advance it, we got to get it back on the next agenda.
Right.
So
Now, I think along that rule line, Mr. Chairman, if you want to table items, then I think that you can put them on the agenda under tabled items. And then you don't have to wait for the next meeting if you want to address it right
Right.
then. Then we can go ahead and take it up, do whatever we want to do.
is the clerk in agreement with that?
Yes, so Kim, did we, and I don't remember, did we make a decision at the last legal committee meeting? I don't remember what the decision was.
It didn't move.
We-
This resolution 2276 did not move
Okay,
because it didn't get a second.
Didn't get a second on my city
Okay.
council.
we will work on that.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. Well, I can't do that. I've already debated, so if that changed, Mr.
So I
Chairman.
got a motion for that change to the minutes from the previous meeting. Do I have a second?
Did you say
I have a second by Councilor Walter-Pesa.
they need to?
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. They're being so moved.
Okay, and then now you need to approve the minutes, Mr.
Now we need to approve them, Mr.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we accept the minutes for the last meeting
Second. As amended?
as
As
amended.
amended.
Thank you. Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Corn. I have a second, Councilor Arnold. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Same. Being no opposition, so moved.
Okay.
First item on the agenda is the Roswell Air Center lease
No,
agreement.
no, it's
No, the,
report.
Oh, I didn't move it myself. Department, you're right.
You're the one that wanted to
I know,
do
so we can
that.
let these individuals not have to stay around till 9 o'clock tonight.
I'll keep you lined out,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we have the city clerk.
On page 128, I think.
That is correct.
Okay.
Page 128 of the packet.
Chair and counselors. We've just had some inspection of public records, a total of 54. From one requester, we had 25, and from other miscellaneous requesters, we've had 29 requests. And then we've just reviewed in the 5 standing committees, the minutes, the agendas, the draft minutes, and then just prepared for the city council meeting and for the various other committees. We did do some IPRA training, and we have some more training scheduled for the fire and other loose ends that we have. And I stand for.
Looks like you've had a very busy month.
We have been a little bit busy.
Thank you.
Sir.
Any questions? Thank you.
Yes.
Now we move on to the human resources. Page 129 of your packet. And 130.
Hello, counselors. So for the month of January, we had 15 new employees come on. We had 17 promotions. We did have 17 exits and 1 retirement. Currently, we are sitting on 67 vacancies. However, all those vacancies are being approved by Mike. We're going to be actually going through and having these vacancies filled. So everything that we get in, we are passing for time to is filled. Any questions?
I do have a question on your turnover rates. Is this just a month or is this a rolling 12-month turnover rate?
We've been doing them rolling 12 months. So we start back in January, we start over.
So you just started every January. You just don't drop a month and add a month.
Correct.
I think that if you drop a month, add a month, we'll get a better picture.
Okay, we can do that.
So it's a continually 12-month rolling turnover rate
Yes.
because this doesn't really tell you what your turnover rate is.
We can do that.
So if you would make it a continuous 12 months, that would be beneficial. Okay, thank you.
I do have Ms. Shelley here if you have any questions for safety.
Yeah, we have safety as well. Councilor Pesa.
Before we go to safety, can I ask a question concerning the exits and the vacant positions? The 17 individuals that exited the city, are they in the lower range or are they in the upper range or somewhere in between or?
It's a mixture of positions. I have to look and pull a report to see exactly which positions they are, but we've had some pretty much leave from a lot of different departments. And we're having a lot, just like I said, we've had a few from parks exit, I can think offhand. Automated, I believe, public affairs had one that exited recently. I mean, just there's various departments.
The reason that I'm asking the question is because trying to see the salaries in comparison to the public, if they're leaving for a higher salary because of that or
They're
whatever.
not doing exit interviews. We've only received a couple of exit interviews, but I don't know why they're leaving. We're just getting resignation forms. They're not ready to tell us. Or a lot of them are just not showing up back up to work. They're able and they're not coming back to work.
And the 67 vacant positions, are they, the same question, are they in the lower salary range or higher or?
A lot of them are from, we have automated, I know that's, has the vacancy rates right now. I'm trying to look at the report. So that's a couple from customer service. We have 12 from fire. We have, like I said, 9 from sanitation. So they're automated. So they're probably within the range of like $17, except for like the lower position, like water, customer service, water clerk is around a $12.50 range. So they're, like I said, they're a mixture of departments.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor, would you think it would be beneficial if there was some kind of schedule which show you what positions exited on a monthly basis? Is that what you're
I
wanting?
have that.
Well, actually, we used to get that several years ago.
I have that. We have the same sheet. We
Okay.
haven't changed it. So I can forward it on to you.
And the openings the same way, are you concerned about those as well?
Do you want the list of openings by department?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you could send that to the whole committee,
I will.
maybe the whole councils.
Yeah, I have it ready.
Thank you. Any other questions there? Okay, let's talk about safety.
Do you have any questions for safety?
We had 30 incidents, correct?
Yes, sir. That includes weekends And we're averaging between 1 to a little over 1 a day. And sometimes that's 6 in one day or just 1 a day.
Well, it looks like 16 of them were our fault, or 14, is it, can I read that right? 14, you
So it
said
would be
third party is
16.
somebody else caused the problem.
That's correct.
So-
16 would be, yes. That includes injuries and accidents.
How does that compare? Or do you keep a monthly comparison?
Yes, sir.
Are we doing better?
I've been keeping this since July when I came to the city. It looks like those numbers are a little higher. I'm not completely sure if those were all included in the previous numbers.
Yeah. You're tracking it now on a monthly to see
I am.
where you've got problems, that you can put programs in place and
Yes, sir. And we've had ongoing training already in January and February, and we'll continue to have different trainings within all the different departments.
great. It's all beneficial to our workman's comp costs. So,
That is the goal, sir.
Mr. Mayor,
We had a sizable number of people file because of the mold at the pool. Have you had people file for that, or is that under your watch?
That would be
Under our
under,
watch, and we've had a total of 18 filed.
18?
18, I'm always sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, 18 so far that have filed. And workers' comp will be bringing down their own team to assess the pool. So they're going to bring out their own team to do their own testing and to do their own inspection. They should be here within the next couple of weeks. We're getting it together right now.
Is it from the state?
It is from the state, sir. It's not from us.
Thank you.
any further questions? Next is the legal department. Looks like they've been pretty busy as well.
Yeah.
Are you-
Doing the legal thing. You know, get criminal cases, civil cases, administrative cases. As you can see here, there's ordinances that are currently being worked on, as you guys know, of the administrative code, the housing, construction, holidays, as well as. Also working on a resolution regarding term limits for various volunteer boards. Review contracts, drafting certain contracts and development agreements. We're doing a bunch of, Vicky has been sending out things for the legal maintenance that was all approved. After those contracts there, and those are, as of today, we're working on a lead for somebody's church and the basketball court. Development agreement attendant to that was signed as far as legal sufficiency. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you, Josh. Now we can move on to the air center lease, which is, first one is the AVEX lease for the bunkers. It's on page 11 of your packet. Thank you.
thank you. All this.
All right, so this is, AVEX is asking you to consider recommending approval for an entry of lease for bunkers 1130, 1131, 1137, and 1144. They're currently interim leases that are due to expire at the end of March. So this would become effective April 1st, and they'd like to go into a longer-term lease for 1 year. They are subletting to a third party, so they'd like to continue to do that. So this is just a transition from their interim lease to a full 12-month lease for these bunkers. We have released 1133 back to us, and that has already been rented by Bravo 3 Holdings. So that has become unusable space. And the other lease that they have in place with us expires in September of this year, and it's for a couple of other bunkers, 1136 and 1130. So they will have a total of 7 bunkers rented from us, and They're asking that they enter at the $2.25 a square foot for those bunkers. I'm giving a total annum of $15,210 with 12 monthly installments of $1,267.50 each.
Questions?
Did I hear you say that they are subleasing?
Yes.
Are they supposed to be? I believe in our contracts.
They had their leases amended to be able to sublease when they vacated the property. Their prior lease as Mystic.
When they do that, do we know who's going in there, or do we have secret people going in under?
They actually are storing ammunitions and things like that that are ATF regulated. So they're not secret people, but they are under the care of AVEX. AVEX is responsible for whoever is in there.
Thank you.
Now, are these facilities, do they already have, they've leased some bunkers from us, have they not?
Yes,
Are these new leases or are these extensions of leases that expired?
they're a conversion from interim to a full 1 year
Okay.
official lease.
Yeah, the others were, how long were they? They were less than 6 months.
It was 6 months, yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to see if they're not bypassing the CPI increase and by doing short-term leases with us.
Yeah.
Or the 3%. So, any questions? I entertain a motion.
Chairman, I move that we send on the full city council on the consent agenda, the AVEX aerospace lease. AVEX, okay. Got it.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilor Corn, second by Councilor Arnold to approve and put on the consent agenda, the lease for AVEX Aerospace. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, the same. Being none, so moved. Next item is the Bureau of Land Management lease.
Yes, I actually have an amendment to this lease. It's in our favor. So,
Always like that.
yeah,
Do like that.
I do.
Thank you.
Thanks.
So this is a project-based lease. This will be a replacement of the lease that they already have. They will not be changing their footprint whatsoever, but they are asking us to do a reimbursement, 2 projects with them on this lease. One, if you'll go to the next slide for me so they can have a visual. The first project is to put a secondary loading pit on the ramp space for them. That project runs $300,000 is what they've given a max limit for. We have not done any engineering or anything at this point. The ground lease is the first step of doing that. And so once we get through getting the ground lease put into place, we will not be going forward with anything other than that. Jennifer and I have had several conversations about budget constraints that we may have to be able to manage this as a reimbursement project. And so I know this will be something that has to be discussed with finance as well, but this is just the lease portion. The other project is to add this proposed building, which is a workshop and then a storage area for the company that will be coming in and making the slurry or the fire retardant. So that one is budgeted for $350,000 as well. Their current lease, they are paying 2 cents a square foot. We would be increasing them to the 10 cents a square foot. They are public service, so we're able to do that and keep that rate fair for everybody that is on the ramp or has access to the ramp. And the only amendment to the lease is on that lease I just handed you on page 6 of 19. It's 5 and 6 of 19. They had not put the landing fees requirement for their aircraft coming in on the first proposal that we proposed to the Airport Advisory Commission. I caught it in between, and they went ahead and reinstated that they would be paying our landing fees for their aircraft that were coming in.
Great.
That is the only change to the lease.
Great. Now, I do have a question.
Page 18 of 19.
It's 18 in this one. Page 18 of this,
That's the question that you discussed a minute ago.
says the newly constructed building will be leased from the city.
Right.
So it will be their building until the lease ends and then it becomes ours.
What it really says,
That's not what this says.
that's not what that. Josh, have you looked at this lease?
Is this, page 18 or?
Page 18,
18
the
of
last of the
19
bullet
of-
points in the top third.
Of the one that she gave you. It's also
Just to
page,
give me, page 18, last bullet point or?
Last bullet,
bullet point under identifying elements there.
The reconstructed building will be leased from the city slash airport.
that's the question.
Right, and the question is, when will that happen?
No,
It just says in here, this newly constructed building will be leased from the city. We're going to build the building.
It's this reimbursement project. So it is their funds building it. We are just being the project manager, the construction manager of the project.
At what point in time will they lease it from the city then?
At the end of the 25 years, then it becomes our building.
where's that in here?
I don't. Maybe I missed that, but I didn't see it. So I'm going to ask that this thing be reviewed by legal.
Let's review it and send it back to me.
I personally have seen-
Hess is online. He is online. Yeah, he's
You can speak to
He's,
the questions that council has on the 25-year thing. That's pretty standard though, whereas somebody will build a building.
I get it.
The city gets the property and the improvements. And if they continue to lease it from the city.
Where is that in this document?
That's a good question. I don't know.
See it either.
If it's in there, please point it out because I didn't see it.
It says termination shall require 365. What does that do with the 25-year thing that you're saying, that I don't see it in here? But
It says, we terminate, we got to pay them, but rent for a period of lease should be. It said notice should be. Oh, I didn't see it. I may have missed it. And it says this is a 30-year lease
It's 25 years.
term to have and hold this lease, the said lease space for a period of 30 years, beginning October 23. Item number 2. And then continuing through 2048. You know, that's, doesn't line up.
it's right there under terms.
Term is, the ending date does make it 25, but the lease itself says 30.
So their original request was for 30 years and I negotiated to 25. So that's a typo.
Yeah, it needs to be changed.
Okay, you want an amendment? Chair, I've got a motion.
Councilor Corn?
On page 3 of 19, on the handed out copy, not the one that's in your book, change the language under term, first line, from 30 years, strike to 30 years, and insert there in lieu thereof 25.
I still don't think my question has been answered.
No, that's why I said to table it.
Well, it hadn't, but we can at least get that done. And then you can just strike that out in a minute, because it's 25 is what they're saying. And we just strike that clause out back in the back, and then you got the same place.
Or not.
If you want to go a different direction, I don't care.
See,
In lieu there, and also, Mr. Chairman, if I can find that real quick.
This, there's.
Whatever it is,
Sure.
that on page 18 of 19, and delete the last bullet point there under the BLM identified elements, because it's a wash. If you're going to give them a 25-year lease, they're going to build it, and that's what they want. So let's just take that out, and then it's a non-issue. Because in 25 years, if they want to stay here, then we can put this, it won't be newly constructed building then in any event.
No, it'll be depreciated.
So that's my motion. I'll make it all one motion if that's all right. That should clear it up.
Okay.
If you'll repeat your motion for,
Yep,
Yep.
I'll do that just as soon as I finish getting my amendment done here. Okay, I lost where I started.
on page number 3, item 2, term.
Oh, I folded it over, okay. Under terms where the language says lease space for a term of 30 years, to take that out. And insert there in lieu thereof 25. And then on page 18 of 19, strike the whole fourth bullet under BLM identified. I'm sorry, I don't have page or line numbers, but
Bullet point.
yeah, it's the bullet point where it says newly constructed building will be leased from the city airport, just strike that. And then I think we got where we want to go.
Okay. Will that be a problem?
No, I don't think it'll be a problem. For them, it's just cleaning up the language.
Okay. Do we have that? Got the motion by Counselor Corn, a second by Counselor Arnold. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. There being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the Bravo 3 Holdings lease.
So this is the bunker that was released from AVIX that we will be reassigning to Bravo 3. They currently have a bunker in the airport operations area, and they have, they're moving their items out of that area and into the TSA agreed upon area for those type of items to be stored. So they are moving up in square footage. The tenant agrees to pay the landlord rent the sum of $4,680 payable in 12 monthly installments of $390. I'm equaling the $2.25 a square foot, which is concurrent with the other tenants that are paying bunker fees. And that will be for a 1-year lease. The gentleman has asked next year to move to a longer term lease, but we'll go ahead and do a 12-month lease this cycle.
Counselor Beth?
So quickly, I may be a little slow here, but you passed the amendment that you just passed. Do you need to pass the original
Yes, we do.
item?
You're
So
correct.
you've missed a step.
Yeah, we got to go back and get that.
Sorry.
We'll rewind here
We got to slow this guy down sometimes.
and moving on.
So you want a
Sorry to
motion?
interrupt.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I move, you're doing fine.
You're fine.
I move that we send to the city council on the consent agenda, the BLM lease as amended.
Okay, excuse me, can we get a quick break? We've got our slides aren't showing for the public. So if you can
Okay.
hold that thought just for a second. Okay, I've got it.
Because you are, sir.
Yeah, sure. That's what the screen is showing.
Maybe we won't look at
On this lease,
See it? And then here on the bottom. Did you
on this lease, there was
see that?
they're setting this up where they can have 2 filling stations.
They already have one, they'll be having a
Yeah, one.
second.
Okay, and we don't know, is that consistent with them, if they put a turning place in there, so that they can turn around. I mean, it's, there's two different ways if they come in and fix that.
It's just also be decent looking, but it's not not entirely. We had that other taxiway.
Yeah, but I just want to make sure that they're not creating another line of people that are plugging up air sales business.
It actually should alleviate, so they're able to pull down from on that ramp, the first one below, the second one below, is blocked by the second. Okay.
Just put a new battery in.
Okay.
We're
We
fine?
had that problem yesterday. So when we go through the slides, we'll have to escape and go back and forth. IT will look into it after the meeting. So bear with us.
So you want to make your motion again now, Counselor?
Okay.
So for the record, we're back on at 4:31.
Counselor,
Ooh, time, you got a time clock over there somewhere?
I do.
Oh, okay. Mr. Chairman, I'll repeat my motion that we extend to city council on the consent agenda, the BLM lease as amended.
Second.
have a motion from Counselor Corn and a second by Counselor Arnold to approve the BLM lease as amended. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same, being none.
Now we're back
So
on
moved.
Bravo.
Now we're back to Bravo 3. Thank you,
Right on.
Counselor.
Do you want me to present it again or?
No,
No, we're fine. We're fine.
Oh, let's see if she remembers what she said.
here, you make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to, for approval to consider sending Bravo 3 Holdings LLC a lease for bunker 1133 located in the southeast non-aeronautical area of Roswell Air Center to full council.
Full or consent?
Consent.
Second.
I have a motion by Counselor Arnold and a second by Counselor Oropesa to approve the Bravo 3 Holdings lease at the Roswell Air Center on consent agenda. There be any further discussion? There being none. All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the Ascent Aviation Services lease.
Can go to the next slide. Okay, this is to consider recommending approval for Ascent Aviation Services to enter a lease for a parcel of land with ramp access in the airport operations area. Ascent has been at this location for a year. They have provided the fencing that is on that property to store their ground servicing equipment. So it's incidental to their operation in Building 100 and also Building 117. They would like to continue with the 9,500 square feet more or less for 1 year, commencing March 1st and going until February 20th of 2024. This is consistent with our ramp space fees at 25 cents per square foot. The rent, the annum rent is $2,075 and no cents payable in 12 monthly installments of $197.70.
Any questions?
What are they using this space for again? Mr. Chairman, excuse me.
They are storing their ground servicing equipment there, so they're able to get out to their aircraft with ease for their dismantling services.
Building 1002, that's the yard.
Yeah, sorry, the snow removal equipment building.
Okay. All right.
Any further questions?
Mr. Chair, I move for approval or to send to full council for consideration to approve the lease agreement between Ascent Aviation Services LLC and the city of Roswell as noted in the lease agreement presented.
In full council or consent?
Consent.
Second.
So I got a motion by Council Oropesa, a second by Councilor Arnold Chibicha, who moved to the full council consent agenda, the lease with Ascent Aviation. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Same nay. There being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda.
Okay, this is to consider recommending approval for Avflight, Roswell Corporation to exercise the option to renew the lease term for the third of 4 5-year terms. And with a lease amendment, while we were looking through the lease, it came to my attention that their subleasing language is not consistent with their ability to run their operation. They do rent their hangars out for pilots coming in and for research and development. So therefore, we would require to have the language to provide for them to be able to do that. So they've asked that we change. I'm just going to read it so I don't mess it up too badly. In addition to amending the Great Southwest Aviation, Inc. assigned lease agreement dated June 24th, 2009, paragraph 22, language regarding subleasing, from tenant shall not assign this lease in whole or in part, nor sublet all or any part of the premises. Changing the language to tenant shall not assign this lease in whole or in part. So it'll protect us from the assignment of the lease, but it allows them to sublease their hangar space. They will continue to pay the rent sum of $193,325.76 annum, payable in 12 monthly installments of $16,110.48. The annum rent will continue to increase by the current language of the lease of 2.5% or CPI, whichever is greater annually until the lease termination date. And if you'll go to the next slide, this provides you with each hangar that they're in. I know it's small, but it does give you the price per square foot. So you can analyze that. That is what their hangar space is. But you can see at the bottom, the land fuel farm is also at 25 cents. That is in the AOA, consistent with stepping into that 25 cents per square foot.
So help me out here, Mr. Chairman.
Please.
So Avflight is leasing lots of hangar space, correct?
Yes,
And they're renting space for airplanes in those hangars.
yes.
So why would this be different than the normal business?
Well, they have been doing that. It was not consistent with the language of the lease. So we're changing the lease language so that they are able to continue doing that without there being a conflict for them.
So what we're doing here is allowing them to get market rate for these facilities, and we may not be getting market rate.
Yep.
Right.
Correct?
I believe so. That'd be like doing one of these farms that way that we've leased out and having subcontracts that we should.
Because this lease was done back 10 years ago. Because we're going to be entering the third of the 5. So that means
The original
10
lease
years.
was in 2009.
2009.
It was assigned to them. Then with their amendments, this is what has evolved.
I don't think we're getting a fair rate.
And this is.
Because if they're turning around and leasing these things out to other individuals, I mean, they got a favorable deal, but,
And we don't know what's in them. We don't know who is in.
well, they're going to be responsible for whatever's in them if we find out what's in those things, that it's theirs. But here's where you get in problems when you extend long-term leases to people and 3% or the CPI. I don't know whether we've kept up with 1.5% or the CPI the whole time, whether we're on the right number.
Right now.
Right now, we may not have been
Sure.
5 years ago.
Sure.
And so go back to that lease schedule, please.
Mhm.
I can't see, but the hangar could,
You want me to read them to you?
Yeah.
Let me know which one.
yeah, just tell me what, each one of those hangars, how much we're getting per square foot per hangar.
Hangar 1531, we're getting $1.52 per square foot. Hangar 1532, we're getting $2.34 a square foot. Hangar 1533, $2.06 a square foot. Hangar 1534, $1.86. That's great. Hangar 1535, $1.86, and Hangar 1536, $1.59.
Well, I just don't see where that's, I mean, these guys got a nice deal. So, Mr. Mayor,
Mr. Chairman, I don't know. What they say, it's what they've been doing. It doesn't mean that it was legal what they were doing when they were doing it. I mean, because they weren't legal to do that anyway, under the thing on subleasing it and stuff. And one of the problems we have with all the facilities out there is they're very little, all the hangars and everything are very, there's not much there. They're just four walls. There's no insulation in them. There is, there's no improvements to them. And I think we should probably look at this about if we're going to lease that out to people that want to rent stuff out there. And, in the winter stuff, you might want to rent a hangar that's heated. I know we've been talking with some of the people out there now that would like to have a space just to do maintenance of different planes there and that come in there. So before we do this, I think we should probably look at that. I think we should probably look at the whole thing. When we have the highest cost of jet fuel, from any of our surrounding areas, because people fly to Artesian, fill up, and then fly to Roswell. I think we should probably look at some of these things before we expand what the terms of this lease are. I think we should at least negotiate them and see where we are to provide better services to all the people that are there. When we had a hard time getting anybody to fix the de-icing machine, and now, this time we don't have fluid for the de-icing machine, So, I mean, when you look at that, what kind of service level are we providing to the people who want to use Roswell rather than using Artesian? And I think we probably ought to look at this. And are there plans on any of them to have a heated hangar for somebody who wants to leave in the morning and have their plane warm so they have to de-ice it? I think these are things that we should probably look at. So
I would add that this is our fixed base operator on the Air Center. They provide all of the fuel to our air service. They are also the company that is servicing the Navy as they are here right now. So they are bringing a lot of commerce into our city as well. They do all of our housing for our research and development. They take care of our KC-135s when they come in. So we do get significant flow fees from this tenant as well. They're not just a rent-based tenant.
correct. I guess my question would be to you, is there a way that we can go back and find out what the initial term or the initial dollar amounts were? And what they should be if we'd have been marking them every month or every year to where that's a correction.
I can do that.
And I think that's what ought to be looked at to make sure that we've gotten our CPI and or the 2.5% as the contract called for.
I can do
That may adjust those rates.
When does this lease expire? When's its next renewal?
The renewal's not until next year, actually.
Not till next year.
The time we have time to play
Yeah,
with this.
but we can put this one back in the can.
Yes, you.
Okay. Move to table, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Mayor,
Are we within our legal rights to find out exactly how much, what they're making, what they're paying us, what they're paying us, what they're paying for any fees or anything else, what they charge?
I don't believe so. They've signed a lease, they can operate, and we told them to operate out there. That's the way it is.
Yeah.
They get what they get. Whatever their market price is and people willing to pay for it, that's what happens. So, and we're bound to this lease, but what I want to make sure is that we're bound to the rate that if we all have the lease, we're living to the terms of the lease. So
Well, I don't want to make them mad, Mr. Chairman.
I'm not making anybody mad. I'm just making sure that we're living up to the terms and the conditions of what we should be charging them.
I agree, just that if I have to land at Artesia before I fuel up to bring my airplane back here to put it in a hangar, that's an extra cycle on that bird, and some of them, that's more important than it is others, but.
I'm not trying to make anybody mad. I just wanted to get our money right. So if I could get a motion to put this back,
On table or you want postpone?
we'll put it back in their lap. I don't care whether you want to call it a postponement or a table, but it's just coming off. What's a postponement? It's her terminology.
If we table it, we'll have to handle it at the end of this meeting.
Yeah.
No?
Not my read of Robert's rules.
The clerk is calling it for a postponement.
I
So
understand,
let's move
but
on
she-
to a postponement. If I can get a
She
motion.
can go
for a
get her
postponement.
Robert's rules and see that
I'm not going to stay here till 10 o'clock at night. So if the clerk calls for a postponement, I want a motion on a postponement.
Okay. Postponement usually has a term. You want it for the next
You can put a
meeting?
term on there if you wish.
Next
We're going to
meeting?
postpone it.
Next meeting enough time, Jenna?
Is that enough time? Yeah.
Okay, we'll postpone it till the next legal meeting.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a
I've read
motion.
my book.
I have a motion and a second to postpone the,
Next week.
which one is it? The AB flight lease until the next legal committee meeting. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same. They're being so moved. Next item.
Square footage.
Thank you, Jenna.
You can see.
You get to do this one, or does somebody else get to do this one? The next
Says
item.
Jennifer. Here, she's
Oh,
here.
Jennifer gets some stuff, right.
Oh,
Okay, the next item on the agenda is the RFP 23-009, which is the Roswell Air Center Strategic Planning.
Yes, the city went out for RFP on the RAC strategic planning. We received one proposal. The evaluation committee recommended that this proposal be rejected. And we are revising the proposal, the scope of work, and we'll be going back out re-advertising.
Any questions?
okay.
Councilor Payson, may I hear something from you? Yes,
Yes, sir.
motion maybe?
The motion, okay. I move that we send to full council consideration recommended by staff on RFP 23-009, the Roswell Air Center Strategic Planning.
A motion
Second.
and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the Building 500 ILEA roof care under a CES contract.
Facility maintenance security quote, I believe that was going to have the first delegates beginning April 1st. So in order to not interfere with their program and to keep the building safe from any leakage, we would recommend ask them approve the allocation of funds from infrastructure, capital infrastructure of 28,450 to MMR buildings. With care to make those improvements to the roof.
My question is, why did we bid this?
Went out to CES contractor. We did go out to bid. Originally, ILEA staff got a quote from a vendor they are familiar with, and the quote that they gave, the work that they were gonna do was at best a Band-Aid. Could have just stood on the roof and thrown money up in the air, done a better job. So we decided to go back out, since we're going to be responsible for this building for quite some time and have to deal with the roof long-term anyway. A better repair made more sense at this time, while they don't have delegates. right now, they will later. So a whole roof replacement at this time would take longer. We would interrupt their coming up season. And this is,
This is a patch job.
a considerably better patch job than the original scoped out, yes.
Okay.
Here's the next thing you're going to be faced with, is a new roof.
Yes, sir.
It's reached its full life and
Yeah.
it's failing.
And to add to that, Aaliyah will be reimbursing back the city $7,000.
Put it in queue.
There was, on the original, and I don't know, there was, help me out here, Warren. When we took some of these Aaliyah expenses, there was a grant out there that we were able to push over and get reimbursed on those items. And it didn't come out of operating budget. It came out of that grant.
With the Aaliyah building?
Yep.
Uh,
When the maintenance contract we did out there, that was to come out of that grant money.
Oh, yes, yes. There is a grant that provides for the operations. Some of those expenses can be reimbursed.
Can this fall underneath that grant?
I believe that some of those expenses will be taken out of that grant. I don't know if that grant has already been drawn down completely.
It's like the CARES and the
Yeah,
ARPA.
one of those grants.
Is there still money left there?
There is still money, yes.
Or this would qualify, you think?
Mr. Chair, and details of that grant, but I remember that was mentioned that some of those expenses were taken out of that grant.
Right.
I'm not familiar to those exact expenses that we proposed, but we can certainly look at that.
Yeah, I know they're doing some janitorial and maintenance.
Right.
Out of that.
We were able to take out of that grant. Yeah.
I'll check and see, just keep on seeing.
That wouldn't require a budget adjustment, but just take it out of there.
Well,
This year requires,
except we've got to pay for it and then get it done and then ask for reimbursement that may take.
yeah. As long as we can see if you can push it back out of there.
Mr. Chair, committee members, there's enough budgetary authority within the Air Center that a budget adjustment would not be necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Good. Any further discussion? I hear a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider approval to reallocate funds from the capital infrastructure M&R building for contracting roof care. Second here. In the amount of $28,450 to the consent agenda for council, the next council meeting.
Have a motion
Second.
and a second to approve the reallocation of funds from the capital infrastructure in the amount of $28,450 to the consent agenda. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Councilor Corn.
if I understood, I'm thinking about too many things. Correct, they already had enough money at the airport, so this wouldn't, and what he's doing is naming a specific line item. I think that might be problematic.
Well, the request is to reallocate funds, so there's currently funds available, and the staff is asking just to move that fund within the budget to move it to the proper line.
Right.
Okay,
So
this is all coming out of the airport.
it's all come within the airport. Yes.
Okay, well, that wasn't clear to me, so, all right, I'll shut up.
Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The record show. So moved. 3-1. Next item on the agenda is the South Hammerhead contract. Reallocate funds from the capital outlay equipment and maintenance and repair field for Contracting Constructors, Inc. Page 42 of your packet.
Yeah, starts on 42.
The South Hammerhead has deteriorated and condition requiring repair in order to meet the FAR tracking 1139, inspection and standards. Our inspection, actually, when I did this, our inspection was scheduled for March 28th. It has been pushed now to April 2nd, 2nd through 4th. Again, I was asking to move funds so we can get this repaired.
Questions?
Mr. Chairman.
I understand, but we went CES again, Bob.
Well, there's a long story to that. Because this has been done for a long time. And with the present staff, our team players we have at the airport, it became a top priority, which it should have been. And we've got this FAA inspection coming up. We're in such a tight time squeeze. I don't know if we can do anything about it because the time we go out, we bid it through normal channels.
Yeah.
And get a contractor in here, you're at least 30 days, maybe 60 days down the road, and we don't have that much time.
Okay. Any further discussion? I entertain a motion. It's your turn.
Doesn't mean I like it, Mr.
I
Chairman.
don't either.
You can make me make a motion and I can't vote no.
You can vote no. You can make the motion if you want.
I move to the city council consent agenda reconstruction of the,
96,000.
huh?
Sure you want to do consent?
Yeah, 'cause we got to get it done. We got to get this thing moving. We don't,
Okay.
if somebody wants to pull it off the consent agenda,
They can do
then they can do that.
Okay.
So, to do repairs for the South Hammerhead at the Air Center.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to reallocate funds from the capital outlay equipment to the maintenance and repair contracting for said $96,722.05 on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? There being none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the access doors,
Access IT door.
IT doors for security upgrades,
Correct.
page 44 of your packet.
Again, from my understanding, this was prior to, purchase order was issued to JDP Electric. TSA came in and did revise where some of the server room was clean. They needed a server room that had access controls. That was one of the issues. The others were cameras that are going to be installed on buildings on the airport flight line. They were given the wrong floor plan for each of the buildings. So when they bid the project, they bid Skeleton, but it was not correct. We got more doors on buildings that needed access controls. Mike's here, he can kind of speak to this. This was, like I said, done before me, but we have 2 invoices now that total of $70,070.15 that needs to be paid. Because, so we're asking this PO to increase.
Yeah, this goes back to 21,
Where I got it.
where I got here.
So,
Which time?
Mr. Chairman,
That's fine.
can we, I guess, I don't know, council, you're the mayor, because you're probably more, I know you're hopefully more aware of what's going on than I am. Is this part of the agreement that we've got with TSA? Can we use this as part of an offset?
I can't answer that right now. I don't remember that being part of it. We have a lot that we have to get fixed. I think that Right, Mike, do you remember?
I think this is getting us up to meet the minimum
Minimum
requirements.
standards.
Okay,
So that will help get us that minimum.
okay.
This is on.
Oh, Hess is online.
Yes, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Counselor, this is the TSA agreement, while not inked, we have to get up to basic standards before there would be any credit given. So this is a before credit is given situation.
Okay, well, all right.
Does that satisfy your question?
I guess as much as I can get there.
Further discussion? Whose turn is it? It's yours.
Yes. Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider approval to the consent agenda for council of an increase to the current purchase order for J&G Electric for additional expenditures for security upgrades. Let me see, what was that amount? I think the increase was 70,000. Hang on a second, I want to get the exact number.
Page 44.
Thank you. In the amount of $70,070.15 to be added to PO, the purchase order.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the J&G purchase order to increase it by $70,070.15. You said a consent agenda? Consent agenda. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Same. There being none, so moved. Next item. Runway and taxiway painting. Page 59 in your packet.
This will be my last item. Our crews went out to start to removing the rubber off of the main runway, and on both ends of the main runway, it was determined that once the rubber was removed, we are missing some paint in the center line. So it will also affect the lead-in lines for Delta and Foxtrot. So using the state purchasing agreement, I was invited to come in and take care of that for our inspections.
Any questions? Your pleasure, Mr. Orlapesa.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend to full city council approval to relocate funds from 51004332817 capital outlay infrastructure and the amount of $25,060.17 to account 5100433261405 M&R Field
Have discussion. Hold on.
to contract highway supply to paint certain runway center lines and taxiway lead-in lines at the RAC.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Mr. Chairman.
Waiting for a second.
Second. Oh, you can go.
Now, any discussion?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, the packet on this last item and this item, it says it's supposed to be in Finance Committee on March 2nd. So I don't think we need to put this on the consent agenda at the upcoming city council till Finance Committee gets a look at it.
Well, we've already moved to the other one. What are you going to look at?
Well, we can reconsider that. If you want a formal motion, I'll give you that.
I'll need a formal motion because.
Well,
Can I just with my motion and say send it to finance?
yeah. What it says in the.
If your second agrees.
Huh?
Second
Yeah.
agreed.
Okay. All right, let's vote this one, then I'll make you a motion on the last one.
So you admitted this to send it on to Finance Committee?
Finance, yes. It'll still get to the,
Council by
by
appropriate
time. Yeah.
So I have a motion and a second to move this item to the Finance Committee. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved.
Mr. Chairman.
You can go back if you wish.
Mr. Chairman, having voted in the affirmative, I wish to reconsider the action we took on the access doors.
Which was item number
I don't know.
5.
Yes.
I'll second. Oh, did you finish?
No. He said he voted in the affirmative, so he wishes to make a motion.
So you gotta vote that it's gonna be reconsidered, and then you can take
Reconsider
the,
it, and then you said it.
yeah. You gotta, we're getting lots of votes in today.
Okay.
We're gonna clean up our act
Just
around
making
here.
sure I'm calling you.
All right,
He's,
that's my motion. Do I
do I have a second?
Second.
There being a motion and a second, any further discussion? All those in favor by signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved.
Mr. Chairman, I move that agenda number 5, dealing with the security upgrades in the terminal building, be moved on to Finance Committee.
Second.
There being a motion and a second to move item number 5 to the Finance Committee. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. There being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the MOU between the CASA and the PD.
I'll take that.
You'll take that?
Take that.
Mr. Matthews.
Mr. DC Taylor may be running through the door shortly, and if he does, he can take over for me. But
There he is.
there he is. I'll stop right there, Mr. Chair, and let him.
No problem. He just walked in right time.
Yes, sir. I hope I did.
It's item number 7, which is the MOU between CASA and the RPD.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair and council members. We are asking for the approval of the MOU between CASA and Roswell PD. CASA recently obtained a Class A motorhome for their field investigations. They are or have graciously allowed us to use this motorhome for the use of our crime scene investigations. Also to be able to use it for events. Now, part of the, and as you can see on the MOU that is with this is our part of responsibility would be housing the Class A motorhome out at our West Second facility. We will also take care of any, the fuel or anything that we would need in the time of our usage of it. CASA is covering the insurances on the motorhome. They're also covering all insurance for the drivers. So we have very little investment in this, and it's, like I said, CASA is graciously allowing us to use this. So we're just asking that that MOU be approved, and if you have any questions, I can answer those.
Mr. Matthews.
This did go through public safety, and that public safety, they referred it to full city council on the regular agenda with hopes that CASA would be there during this discussion and speak on it, their partnership with the PD. So just sharing that information.
Yeah, they referred it to us.
Yeah, because it's a legal.
Yeah.
Sure. I
Council.
just have a question. Where is it going to be located?
Where is it going to be housed?
Yeah.
It'll be at the West Second facility. It'll be the evidence building, which is the old armory. We've got so at the old armory, we have the main facility, which is the evidence building. And then what we did, the building that's still on the same property was the old flood control building. That building is going to be identified as our SWAT building. It's going to house our SWAT vehicles and such. And the furthest bay in that building is large enough to hold this motorhome in and keep it indoors and protected at all times. CASA would have access through a liaison that we will identify that they would have anytime that they would need it. They would have full access to that vehicle.
Any further questions? There being none, I receive a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion to consider recommending approval of MOU between CASA and RPD to be added to the consent agenda.
There was a motion out of public safety for it to be on the regular agenda.
Okay.
So that way CASA could be there and present.
Did they forward it to us?
Yeah,
Okay.
public safety did forward it to, because it's a legal document.
Then I will correct that and add it to full
Agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Have a motion and a second to move to full council, recommending the approval of the MOU between CASA and RPD for the. Any further discussion? If done, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved. Next item on the agenda. The Liberty Contract UFO Festival, page 67 of the back. Ms. Jennings, or who's on here? Okay. Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. So we are bringing this to you guys for approval for the talent buying for the UFO Festival. So we worked with Mr. Ragsdale last year with the Liberty, and we are hoping to do the same thing again this year. It was sent to, we asked for a recommendation from OTB out of 3 agencies, and we have the next one. And then the agent 2 is who they recommended, and so that is the Liberty. And so the Liberty, they are able to meet all the requirements associated with producing a concert.
Why is that on our packet?
The only thing I added to the packet is the actual contract. I'm sorry, this is the slide that was sent to, that was presented at OTB. I can make you a copy of it if you would like.
That's the scoring sheet,
Yeah,
correct?
it's a, yeah, kind of. It's,
It's not the scoring sheet. It's basically what we did for OTB is we didn't want them to know who the local businesses were.
Correct.
So we added agent 1, 2,
You had them
and 3.
score it.
And they gave their recommendation based on the needs of the concert.
So the little check marks next to each item are what the agency can provide. So some of the agencies could provide production, some of them couldn't. So agent 2, they could provide everything that we were asking for.
I think it would be beneficial if we were to see this.
Okay. You want copies of it?
Yeah. I think this committee should look at that.
Do you have any other questions?
I do, Mr. Chair. I have questions. First, I'm not sure why I'm not picking up, but what is OTB?
Occupancy Tax Board.
Okay. I didn't know if it was like,
Off-track betting,
right, or, you know,
that's another.
I was kind of going, okay, because I didn't know if it was like an event.
So it's part of state statute. It's one of our committees that is appointed by the mayor's office. It's required to have 2 hoteliers, 2 in tourism, and 1 at large position.
No, I know what occupancy tax board is. I just.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I didn't know what
I
OTB
didn't know, because I didn't know if you were sending it to a group to actually analyze which would be best. I didn't realize you weren't sending it to like an event type person. That's kind of, I didn't see the correlation between occupancy tax board or what they would have to do with our concert. But I understand. Another question, Chair. You did put this out for RFP.
We got bid quotes. We're not an actual RFP, no.
How many people responded?
6, you said.
Okay.
Yes, for the basic.
My question would be, why did we not put it in to RF?
It's under the amount of the $20,000, so it doesn't require it.
They stopped at council order pace at $19,999.
And was there a consideration for dual language entertainment? Spanish and English.
Yes.
Are we getting any Spanish music?
I don't think that is what has been negotiated in this contract. It might be for, like the pre-performer, but for the headliner, no. It's a country artist.
Okay.
And again, that's
A lot of us are not into country, so.
Sure. A lot of the genre of music was discussed with our committee, and that is where they felt that we would have the best success for a festival based on last year's success with the.
Well, I'll just give my opinion. I'm disappointed, to be honest, because population is over 50%, 58, I think it is, Hispanic. So I think there should have been a consideration for both, maybe one on Saturday, one on Sunday, just like the Cinco de Mayo festival has done it. They bring in a headliner on Friday and a headliner on Saturday, one in English and one in Spanish. And I think that that's what should have happened, but.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So the only difference between agent one and agent two is cost, 10% versus 15%. Everything else is check marked in there except for work with sound company and stage band manager to ensure contract requirements are met, and will help with sponsorships to offset costs. Number one, it doesn't define what help with sponsorship, doesn't say that, what that means. So we're willing to give up and cost ourselves an additional 5%. So what would it cost us if we were to have a work with a sound company and stage band manager to ensure contract requirements are met? Would that be something that you could do?
It's about $18,000. Is it something we could do? I don't have the experience of sound and engineering, and that's why we use a talent buyer. Especially when we're bringing.
It just says you're going to work with a sound company.
Right. But as far as what is needed, I don't feel comfortable doing.
Okay. But you feel you could contract that out or hire that for $3,000?
I wouldn't say 3,000. I think the estimates were around 18 to 20,000 for that.
Confusing to me.
Well, the reason it doesn't make sense is because if we didn't have to put it out for RFP so you're saying just those two items are worth 18,000?
The sound part. So there's a second part that we haven't presented, and that is the sound component. This is just the talent buying component.
Well, I'm trying to understand when I read
And here's the reason why. We can't tell you how much the sound is going to be until we have an artist, because every artist is different.
Right.
So we have to kind of go in order and I guess in this new process.
Well, just 1 second, I made myself a note. And I will.
So are you putting?
In addition, it's,
I'm sorry.
no, I was just going to say here, it says, in addition to the talent for the main stage, the Liberty shall provide all production for the day of the show to include staging, mixing consoles, audio engineers, power, lighting, speakers, and all associated costs. That to me sounds like sound, all of the sound. And you just said that you wouldn't know what those requirements are until you get the musician.
Correct.
But Liberty's willing to do that without knowing who that is.
Correct.
And do we know whether they will meet those requirements of the musician?
Yes, I mean, they did it for us.
Contract obligation, so I mean.
They have the skill.
And I'm not asking whether they have the skill.
No.
I'm asking what the equipment's going to be and whether it will meet that. And if they're capable of doing that, then it's inclusive in here is what I'm understanding. Is that,
I'm confident.
that's correct?
Yeah.
Good. So,
I'm still confused.
Me too. I'm not.
Because you said there's a second part to it, which will be the sound,
Correct.
but you don't know what the price of the sound is.
That is correct.
But Liberty is willing to do it for $19,999.
The only thing that you guys are looking at right now is the talent buying. So to negotiate the talent buying, which includes what kind of stage, what kind of audio, what kind of visual effects they will have, they will coordinate and negotiate that with the artist, which is the second item. Once the artist is done, then we will get their specs of what the stage is, how many lights, how many presses they need, all of that kind of stuff. And that we have a second thing, a proposal where we went out to get quotes on how much is it going to cost, just rough estimates. And so we had OTD go through the same process. We didn't bring that before you because we don't know who the artist is yet. At the time when this was due, we have an idea of who it's going to be, what the needs are. It's dependent on what you guys decide now. Liberty is willing to work with that sound partner by providing that to fulfill his contract.
But it's not going to cost the city any additional money other than the $19,999.
That is the Liberty's contract for talent buying. It will cost the city an additional amount to provide the sound.
So now we're talking going over the 20,000.
yeah.
And you included that on here. I'm sorry, I kind of find that kind of sketchy because you gave them credit for something that isn't even related to talent buying. This makes me, I'm not comfortable.
Well, it's your decision.
Excuse me, but I'm seeing here Exhibit A. Is Exhibit A a part of this contract, Josh?
Yes, it is.
Well, then in here it says they're going to supply all that.
For 19,000.
And now you're saying, no, we got to go do that different. They're going to supply everything.
Well,
So this is rather confusing what we're seeing here in paper versus what you're saying. So which is it? Because if we're going to pass this on to full council, it says here that they will do all of these things. But you're now saying we got to go make a contract different than that. All I want to know, which is it?
Our ask and our request today is to approve the contract before you as it is written.
And Exhibit A is a part of that contract, correct? So Liberty understands that for 15% of whatever we pay, they're going to supply all of this. Correct?
What it looks like to me, Mr. Chairman.
That's what I'm seeing.
So I may be understanding wrong too. What this is for the artist.
Okay.
I believe Agent 2 is saying that they are going to help with the sound. In other words, we don't have to go find a sound person. They probably already have it. They've probably already worked with it, and the sound will be adequate. If you purchase just the artist, Agent 2 can walk away and say, okay, it's all up to you now. We got the artist for you. You need to make him happy.
Well,
So he's saying that he, for this extra 5%, if that's what it is, he will come in and be your rounding up person, if you want to call that. Your head guy to get that in here, get it done, make sure that it is perfect, exactly the way it was last year.
I got it.
that's not where I'm confused. I'm confused on the money. I don't feel like, I get what he's saying. The presentation, what is the actual money? Is it actually under 20,000?
It is under 20,000 for your artist. It's more, it's under 20,000 for your sound system. It's two different issues.
This doesn't say that.
That's what it's saying. Yeah,
If you'll read Exhibit A, it doesn't say that. I will read it verbatim, excuse me.
okay.
I'll read it verbatim. In addition to the talent for the main stage, the Liberty shall provide all production for the day of the show to include staging, mixing consoles, audio engineers, power, lighting, speakers, and all associated costs.
What it says.
That tells me they're going to do that. It's not a two-stage like you're saying, or like you believe it might be. This exhibit says they're going to do this. So it's not a two-stage, another contract. So if that's a misunderstanding between us and the Liberty, it needs to be corrected and you need to send it back.
I just confirmed, and he does apologize for not being here, Mr. Chair, but it is included and they are willing to cover it as it's written in Exhibit
So he is going to cover all of those costs.
A. Yes. And Mr. Chair, he has seen the contract, and he just hasn't signed it because it has to come to legal first. So he has reviewed the contract.
Okay. So there's not another stage to this contract except the contract with the entertainment.
That you're going to see on the next item. Yes, that's what he said. Yep.
Correct.
And Mr. Chair, just to end committee, just to, as a refresher, the $150,000 to use for entertainment for UFO was already approved at the December City Council meeting.
Right. I know that. And thank you for bringing it up. I do have another question that I didn't realize, maybe it's new to my world, that when we're signing a talent contract, that I don't think these other people have the opportunity to know that they're going to get a picnic license for serving alcohol. That does not belong in this contract. That is a separate issue and needs to be taken out of this contract. If we're going to have somebody over there with a picnic license, it might be the city. It might be somebody else. That needs to go out and be a determination in a separate and sole from this contract. So I, as a chair of this, will not approve this contract as long as we're going to let them, do they get all the beer sales? Oh, really?
That's where their main profit is coming from. They're giving you all-
It needs to be a different contract. It's not going to be a one-and-one.
And it should.
It's not going to be hidden in here. It's going to be transparent. And this is almost like it's hidden in here. And we're going to allow, if he needs more money for whatever he needs to do, these are separate items. So you guys can have your pleasure, but I'm telling you, I am not improving. I'm not going to move this to full council.
I then can be striked, Mr. Chair, and we can go out to bid for that if you'd like.
And he may want to rebid you then. Because if he's seen this contract, it's only fair to him to know, wait a minute, I may not get the beer and wine or liquor or whatever we're doing. Councilor Pesa.
My question would be, was that item negotiated after the determination that they would get the contract?
Could you answer that, Ms. James?
I believe that that line was in last year's contract as well. So Josh, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the only thing that was amended from that contract was the bottom portion. So we used the same contract as last year, just changed dates. And the only thing that was amended was the entertainment services on page 76.
Let me ask you another question. When you sent this out, was Agent 1 and Agent 3 aware that they could get the beer and wine license?
I cannot answer that because our previous event coordinator is the one who sent it out.
But they work for you, do they not?
They do.
And you don't know that?
I don't recall right now. No. I'd have to go back and look at the emails. I'm sure it was discussed. I mean, we try to be fair and consistent with everyone. But
I would like to know that.
Okay.
Ms. Storhofer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm also confused about the Exhibit A, entertainment serving. The city will provide the following services. Number 4, the city shall cover the cost of catering for hospitality. Who is the city going to get? Is it going to be the Liberty or is it going to go out for bids? Is it going to go out for bids or is it going to go out for bids?
usually don't go out for a bid.
So who are you gonna have?
We just shop around and see what is on their rider, and depending on what their rider is, we ask multiple restaurants to provide pricing.
So you're gonna ask multiple
That's what we do.
businesses? And we'll get a list of that? Or this board, or this committee will get a list of who you have asked and what their prices are?
If that's what the council would like, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Roller.
Thank you.
You want to amend this out?
You all know my pleasure.
Mr. Chairman, let me try this, simmer you down a little bit.
Trying to get transparent there.
I know. Well, I'm fixing to get that way here just real quick. I move that we strike the language on 74, item 4. Strike that language, and then renumber 5 would become 4, and number 6 would become. See if I get a second for that.
So I have a motion by Counselor Horn to amend this contract, in particular Exhibit A, striking the language, "The Liberty shall apply for and furnish an appropriate picnic license for serving alcohol at the site location of the entertainment services."
Correct?
Correct?
And renumber.
And then renumber. Item 5 becomes item 4.
Item 6 becomes 5.
Sorry. We have a comment.
No, I'm not in for any more comment. But I appreciate the comment.
Me too. It's a good comment.
So I have a motion.
Not a second.
Now I'm looking for a second.
Okay, thank you. Nobody wants to bite. It's going to be interesting.
Well, I will tell you all, time is ticking. I want this sitting on our table. Can I make my, second your motion?
Huh?
I might just second your motion.
Well, you're entitled.
I will second that motion. So I have a motion and a second by myself to amend this contract
For council.
for Counselor Horn.
Got it?
Yes, sir.
You got it?
Okay.
Could you please read it so the audience understands what you're taking out?
Sure. On page 74, under Exhibit A, I'm deleting item number 4 of that line entirely and renaming item 5 is going to be now item 4, and item 6 is going to be item 5.
But please read the item you are taking out, item 4. I do not have it in front of me, and a lot of these folks don't have it in front of them. So what are you taking out of the contract?
Here, I will read it.
Okay.
I've read it before and I'll read it again. The Liberty shall apply for and furnish an appropriate picnic license for serving alcohol at the site location of the entertainment services. That's what's being removed. We had a motion and a second. Any further discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same.
No.
The records show.
One no.
Why no?
You voted no, right?
I did,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
3 in the affirmative and Counselor Arnold in it.
Ooh, we're showing our independence today.
Yeah. So now,
It's disgusting.
I ain't touching this one again, Mr. Chairman.
you're not going to touch it. I'm going to suggest that you relook this thing with the Liberty And maybe you want to bring it back. Because he may not want to sign this thing. Because Counselor Best says, oh, he was counting on making money off his alcohol and that's why his price is where it's at. Correct? Is that your
I
statement?
said that, but I'm not speaking for him.
But that was your statement.
That was my statement, my own personal opinion.
So, and I hope everybody understands, this is not picking on the Liberty at all. This is making this a transparent transaction
Yep.
and not making it, ooh, I'll just slide right underneath the door and I'll get the liquor sales and bingo.
So
But the liquor sales is a different aspect of this thing.
let me ask Ms.
Because
Lee a question. When you do your 1, 2, and 3, does everybody get a chance to look at the contract redacted from the year previous, the people previously that did it?
I asked her that question. She said she did not know. But the people who did it work for her.
So I don't
she's not-
feel that you should say that we're not being transparent until you find the answer. Because all three of these people may have got this with the redaction.
Don't know that. I'm saying,
Throwing one company under the bus.
no, I'm not throwing them under the bus. Because liquor sales is a separate thing. The city is in that business.
I understand that.
And why would we want to give that away for a 15% deal here? That's my question. And I'm not throwing them under the bus.
Considering we're on a rocky road with the convention center at this time, we need to jump on this, and we don't know if we're going to keep the alcohol license or not, because we're going to stable.
City staff did a fantastic job the other night forming alcohol service at the convention center when we did food. They did a great job for 2 nights. So, but that's going to be up to presentation made by Mr. Matthews. Now we move along with that whole item. But it doesn't mean we don't have the liquor license. The city owns the liquor license.
I understand that. I just think it's very unfair that you threw number 2 under the bus without thinking about 1 and 3.
I did not throw number 2 under the bus, but that's your opinion, and that's an opinion. It's not a fact.
We don't know who.
Because I can't get an answer as to whether 1 and 3 were aware of that. So that's not me throwing them under the bus.
We don't even know who 1 and 3 are.
I don't care who 1 and 3 are. I don't even care who 2 was.
Well, you know it now.
I know now who 2 is, but I never get an answer. So that is not me, Counselor, who threw them on the bus. That could be your opinion, but it's not fact.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
what was the vote? I'm sorry. Is it passed or not passed?
No, we haven't moved on it yet.
Okay.
On the overall deal.
Over the overall. What we've moved on
We've amended.
is amended it to remove that.
That vote was 3-1, I think. On the yes.
Yeah, so now we can move towards approving the contract as amended. Is that your flavor? Anybody's flavor to do that? You don't want to move it to full council and let them wrestle with it? But I really think that agent number 2 should have a fair opportunity to see whether they still want to do this. Because we move it to council and he goes and say, whoa, I don't want to do this. That's only fair to him. He may need more than 15%.
We are on a timeline, so I think that doesn't move here.
That's not my problem.
We got to move on this. This should have been brought to us months
Bring
ago.
me something clean. I'm sick of looking at crap that's hidden. So, I mean.
It was just amended to be clean by Bob.
I don't care. There's a whole lot of elements and I didn't ask for your opinion. I'm sorry, this is not clean. You could have brought this way back. I just find it questionable, the whole thing.
Councilor Pacer, did you have some comment?
So hope we get a motion to either go up or down.
Yeah,
I'm ready to vote.
well, I feel that agent number 2 really needs to have a fair shake and look at this, whether they want to do it or not. Because we'd send it to full council and and agent 2 comes back, no, I'm out. Then what are we going to do?
We wouldn't have concert. I mean, it's so late, I don't.
Well, that's not my fault.
I mean, we followed the process. We had to first go through the planning.
That was back in December.
No art.
And I can't advance this by myself.
Said this is going to get interesting, Mr. Chairman. I said this was going to get interesting.
It is.
So why, a suggestion from the Pinot Gallery at this point, why, since you have communications, Ms. Juanita, with him, just tell him that they amended and took forward the alcohol picnic license out and see where he stands there. And if he stands okay with that, because you have communication with him, if he stands okay with that, then you can make your motion to move on. Because that seems to be what the issue is at this point.
It would be nice if you show up.
Catching up quite right. That's fine.
So
So he's fine with that?
he agrees with your amendment, so I feel it should go to full council, or you're not going to get your concert that you need for your UFO.
You wanted a concert for you?
I'm fine with that. We already approved the budget item. It's been approved back in December. Up to, was it 80? 100?
It was, the total budget was 150,000. We're not spending all of that on the concert. It's total for UFO. The budget for concert
Well,
is 70.
Mr. Chairman, I don't want to throw, what was the term they used? Agent 1 or Agent 3 under the bus, but we're told that Agent 2 not going to have a problem with taking that out. So with that, reluctantly, I move to send this on the city.
Full council.
Yep. You don't like my word,
I like
you can clean it up.
No, fine. I think what we're saying here is that, and Agent 2 has said that they were fine with that. And so we'll just make a side issue that you need to decide here relatively soon whether you're going to put an RFP out for the liquor sales. Or whether the city's going to do it.
It takes three weeks minimum to get a picnic license is what I'm told.
We got plenty of time. If we're going to do it or whether we're going to put it out for RFP.
Okay.
So, Counselor?
Well, since we amended the contract, I wonder what kind of impact it would have on HM 1 and 3.
Right?
But you don't know if they got the contract or not. You don't know if they read that.
No, I don't, but.
No, we don't.
If that was part of
Any idea?
the information that was posted out there for them to bid on.
Can't disagree with you, Counselor.
They can show up and
The
complain.
question was asked and nobody knows.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I remember what I read in Robert's rules over the last week, tabling motion takes precedence. So if you want, somebody wants to try that, we can try that.
I got your motion.
So a tabling motion takes precedence.
You made a motion to move this on.
I did.
Yeah. Took full count.
And it's got a second. But somebody else can make a motion to table, and that's a higher motion. And it takes precedence. If that's what they want to do, I'm not sure where this is going to go, but I'm just suggesting that my review of Robert's rules
Thank you. That's.
is such that there is an alternative here if that's what you want to do. I don't know. I already made the motion, so I'm
Yeah,
gonna,
and I'll second that thing.
and I'm gonna shut up.
And so, but Councilor Pesa, I agree with you wholeheartedly. So we're being asked to do something here that we don't know if the playing field was level.
Correct.
And I don't like it. I wouldn't want to be agent 1 or agent 3.
Agent 3.
Agent 3 is way out, so agent 1 is the most comparable
Okay, I agree.
at 5% reduced cost.
But they didn't agree on your sound system.
Pardon?
Your sound system, isn't that why there's an extra 5% on Josh's? It's a sound system. He's gonna,
That's what I'm saying.
so agent 1 doesn't have that, do they?
No,
Don't know.
So now you're gonna have another cost.
I'm not saying we did, but we didn't. What we're saying is
I
that
understand.
agents 1 and agent 3, did they know about liquor sales? And if they did, maybe they would have marked, I'll work with the sound system. You don't know that.
No, your purchasing agent quit, so.
That's what I,
Yes,
to the extent that if this contract had remained unmodified from last year, at least as to the substantive terms of Exhibit A, that contract would have been public record and anybody would have been able to review it as for transparency purposes. I don't think anybody can necessarily answer whether they were aware of it unless the prior event coordinator told everybody about this or showed them a previous contract. But it was certainly, I would say, available to them as public record, as a document from this city.
do I have a motion to move the amended contract
In a second.
and,
Call the vote, see what happens, Mr. Chairman.
yep. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
There being 2 in favor, 2 in opposition, the item will go forth to the council
Without recommendations.
Without recommendation.
without.
Actually,
That's not true.
that's really another motion that needs to be made. If you're going to send it without recommendation, then you need to make a motion to send it.
So we can
without
move it to full council with a 2-2 that came out of here, 2-2.
Yeah, but that's not entirely clean, Mr. Chairman. So what I would suggest to the chair is that you,
Amen.
Mr. Chair, does 2 and 2 not fail?
yes,
I don't know if that fails in our,
Fail.
no, it fails.
it fails.
Fails, but
So,
you as the chair can consider to move it without recommendation.
That's not necessarily true. That's not true. That's not in the rules.
Right. The mayor can move
You
it.
did it in general services.
I know I did.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll spare 11 more.
Councilor.
then I'll try this. I move that we move this contract without recommendation to the city council as amended. Let me see.
Will that work? Yeah,
That cleans it up.
Yes, sir.
we cleaned it up. Got a motion that moves to full council as amended without recommendation. I'll second that.
Yes.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Was that an aye or I got one no, I think?
2 noes.
2 noes.
2 noes, 2 yes.
2 noes and 2 yeses. With the,
We're good?
we're good, yeah.
We're good in, but
Once again, it died.
It dies.
And Mr. Chairman, let me point out,
It died 2-2.
no. The item is still before us because we got to move this sucker. The only other option that I can recall immediately is just to move to table it and upset some people in the room. that that's a legitimate deal and you can bring it back whenever the committee has a change of heart or further amendments are brought forth or any of that stuff,
Or the mayor can bring it.
or the American movie. That's in our rules, or they can go out and get
Then we have five other counselors
right.
So
to bring it on.
if you table that, that means your number 9 is tabled also. Because it is part of the entertainment contract for the people that they were going to get in. Am I correct, Ms. Juanita?
No, it's a separate item.
It's a separate item, but it is tagged teamed with what you're getting ready to table. The man already has an entertainment group coming in, and the contract is already sitting in front of you in your packet. But since you're tabling number 2 up here, you're tabling number 9 also, because you cannot vote on that without having the man that is signing the site decision. Am I correct or am I wrong? Ms.
Well,
Williams?
what I'm seeing here is as presented, this is a contract between the city and EC Touring.
So,
But the purchaser is a Liberty.
so correct. That is the one that we received from UTA, which is the talent agency. We made some amendments on our side to put the city of Roswell, because the city of Roswell has to pay the entertainer this year. So we did make those changes for the
We'll
purchase.
have a sound system.
Yeah, we can get them in here, but we won't have a sound system.
Come sign autographs, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'll pay them whatever it is. It's 35,000, is that what we're paying
Yes.
for this entertainment? Okay. So let me just go back. So we're paying 35,000. Agent number 2 for $5,000 is going to do all that work. So we're in 40,000
Of 150.
out of 150. Just want to bring that up. The other thing I'd like to bring up is, why is the artist redacted? And why is the schedule redacted?
That's due to the artist with their touring schedule. They don't like to meet before an actual contract is signed for marketing purposes. We're happy to share with you offline who the entertainer is, but we don't want it public knowledge until tickets can be released.
I'm looking at you, Counselor. It's appropriate. It's appropriate for the Liberty to act on behalf of the city, that we can give them that power through this contract?
Well, I mean, if they're not the talent buyer, it becomes a problem. Because, that contract could be approved perhaps with amendments. But, this is why they set up in Florida.
It will take a bill.
This is a mess.
Yeah. Well, you can wrestle it without my interjection for a while.
Matthews, this is a mess.
I got it.
Hate it. You're doing, but it's a damn mess. See you.
It's really not a mess.
Crown is acted up.
I guess from staffing point of view, we would like some
See you
direction.
all day.
Continue to mess.
Mess.
Your direction.
What's a mess because we can't get, we didn't get through
Follow my
here.
direction. I asked for an RFP. And not just that, it's amazing how this came in at 19,999. It's like, I don't, that was not what I asked for. I didn't ask for you to leave things out. I just feel like, so don't even try to gaslight me.
The contract is for 15% of whatever the costs.
Right. Up to 1999.
So not
Right.
exceed that, so as to not.
I get that. I get that. And that's why I made the statement. If this is a $35,000 contract, it's $5,000. And we get quite a bit for $5,000.
So I'm getting a question from Jason Perry.
I wish Counselor was here or would call in.
He is on the phone. He is driving his child to Elida or something, but this is what he has texted. They have already taken action on this item. Ask an attorney if they can table something when action has already been taken.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know if Hess has an opinion on that. I mean, to what action has been taken, I guess would need more definition, like the authorization to spend the money, because that doesn't come in the contract necessarily.
Councilor Pesa.
Mr. Chair, you know, this is one has been a peeve of mine for a very long time. And if we don't clear up the rules and regulations to where they are workable, nobody will ever know what the rule is. Our rules say that we go by rubber rules of order if it's not in our rule governing rules. And rubber rules of order is very clear. 2-2 is, or a tie, is a failed motion.
Right.
So there's nothing to discuss.
I agree.
Until we can clear our rules to the point where they are workable and we can address them and point to them, we won't be in this mess that we're in right now.
Counselor, you tried to clean that up?
Yes, sir.
And it didn't move, did it?
Right.
So now this is where we're at, folks. That was 6 months ago you tried to clean those rules up.
Actually, it's longer than that.
Maybe longer than that, but
Yeah.
it was voted on and failed.
Yep.
So I think the only one that can move this forward is the mayor.
Well, if you don't do something, you won't
Mr.
have it.
Chair, that,
Pardon?
Mr. Chair, I believe you're correct. The mayor, the motion did fail. It's now in the mayor's court, or the majority of the council has to ask to go forward.
Right. Or 5 other counselors, correct?
That's right.
That's correct, sir.
So
So you can still work a deal, if you can work a deal with Ragsdale and see what we do. I mean, to me, I think. And we
you still have time to put it
put it on
the
the
council agenda. Need to work with the mayor.
Let's look and see where everybody is on money, because somewhere, if the liquor sales was in here and that all went to him, then that also makes a difference too. And I think from what we said, that was taken out, right?
Correct.
So that has to be in there. We, figure it out.
Mr. Mayor, she already said that Mr. Ragsdale was okay with the liquor sales being taken out.
Yeah, he did, yeah.
Okay.
So that means number 9 failed also.
Number 9 has not been brought to the table yet.
What do we do?
It failed. 2-2, and it's got to be brought up either by 5 counselors or the mayor for next council meeting.
Okay.
So now we have item 9 on the agenda, which is the UFO entertainer contract.
Mr. Chairman, make sure that the minutes reflect that it was amended. That did pass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Amendment.
You got it.
Didn't pass, correct.
You got it.
Okay.
So the next item is this contract.
And we got 5 minutes ago.
Right. The amended contract.
Same one.
It's the same one that's in the packet.
The purchaser has changed because what was on the original was the Liberty as the purchaser. Now have moved this contract to show that the Liberty can act on behalf of the city.
Okay.
And I question, well, it's 35,000, so it falls under the threshold, right?
Especially, I think.
Yeah, 60 is our current rule.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. Chairman, when, may I speak?
You're cutting out, Counselor.
Oh, sorry, are you able to hear me clearly now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, as far as procurement goes, because this is a direct contract with an entertainer, the procurement code does not apply. So it's simply a matter of internal procedure, whether or not, whether it would go for bid or not. There's no state requirement as to the 35,000.
Thank you for that clarification. Okay. Let's hear your presentation.
So, I mean, this contract is just, it was a contract that was sent over by the entertainer, the artist, agency. I mean, it's, I can't say who the artist is, but I mean, it's 35,000. And we would be the actual purchaser. Josh Ragsdale will be the purchasing agency.
Which means he would still negotiate all of the advancing for the artist. In there, once an agreement is made, he would coordinate pretty much everything with the artist as far as hotel rooms, things like that. We obviously would pay for that, that's built in Exhibit A. He would coordinate, well, the talent buyer would coordinate all of the sound, staging, lighting, trusses, engineering, audio, mixers, all of that stuff.
Which is what the Liberty could do, but the other two agencies couldn't.
On this one, I mean, it's a standard artist contract. Any marketing and all of that is not allowed by the city unless approved by the artist marketing team. Sales have to be determined, and that's in the contract as far as tickets pricing. So we can't decide, tomorrow we want to change the price of ticket sales. That has to be approved by the artist.
Yeah. Let me ask you this question under 9, merchandise. Basically, they're going to sell it. They're going to pay a 15% commission, but I need to make sure that that's not the Liberty on behalf of the city.
No, you get commissions off of what they.
Because the purchaser is the Liberty on behalf of the city.
It comes to the city of Roswell.
Josh, would you give me a clarification on that?
The purchaser is the city of Roswell, the purchasing company is the Liberty on behalf of the city.
Right. So they won't. If he gets paid, he's got to pay us. My question.
I suppose if he gets paid, I mean, I don't know how I don't know how this concrete artist would deal with this.
Just trying to read what the lines are.
So, Mr. Tresco, what happened last year, which would be the same way that we want to work it, the artist sells their t-shirts, their cups, their hats. They cut the city a check after the show based on merchandise sales.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Do they get a permit from you, Kevin?
For the only permits that most that they need from me, as far as I know, is going to be the business license.
Right. Does that entertainer get one from you?
Yes, they should be. If they do not already have a local business license, then they're going to need to get one.
Okay.
And of course.
And they'll show you proof of their
GRT as appropriate.
They'll show you the GRT and everything. Get that? I just question.
Mr. Chair, my analytical process works a little slow, but I do have a question. You had mentioned that the previous employee that bid for this, that worked on this, is no longer with us. Who was that?
Ms. Puckett.
What's her first name?
Renee.
Where does she work now?
She's working at the Liberty.
She's working at the Liberty?
Yes.
I don't think I think that's an HR issue, and I don't think that's relevant to the deal, because this came in.
Excuse me.
This came in
Excuse me.
after.
You want to ask a question, you will address the chair.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, because we're going to stay focused in this meeting. We've gone all over the place and we're going to focus on this meeting.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
That is not relevant to this because this came in after she left. This has nothing to do with her leaving the city and going somewhere else. What is she going to gain from this?
I was just told she worked on the bid.
What does it have to do with this?
There's no telling. But I tell you what, you can take all the texts from all the people that actually question the actual purity of these actions. I mean, that's what I'm not thinking about me. I'm the one that's gonna have to respond to, that isn't fair. Why do they get this? And so I'm just like, I'm not okay with it. I'm not okay with any of it. The perception of ethics is what's at point here.
Okay. What's your pleasure? Any other discussion? We have a motion. If not, it's going to be on the mayor's table.
He's got a big table.
4 or 5 other counselors. Bring it to full council. Well, boy, how long do we have to wait for a no motion? Can we wait till midnight?
Sorry, I can't make one.
I know.
What station?
We can wait till 6:20 when they play the music on Jeopardy. Do-do-do.
Oh, I haven't seen that.
Well, being no motion, this item's not moving anywhere.
Well, you gotta deal with it, Mr. Chairman.
I'm trying to.
Well, I know, you either table it,
Still come to the.
Table it, kill it,
table, kill it, or vote it on,
one of the 3.
Still come to the mayor.
or postpone, which is a minor motion.
So
You're correct.
I'm not getting anything from anyone.
I have a conflict of interest.
Well, I'll make a motion to move it on. See if I get a second, not getting elaborate, just to try to get off the dime.
Let's get it out of here. Oh,
I don't hear any second.
I'll second that.
Oh,
So we can get a vote.
okay.
So we have a motion and a second. You get to the agenda.
We're not making any fast headway.
No, we're not. To consider the approval of the contract between the city of Roswell and EC Touring for entertainment for the UFO 2023 main stage concert. Motion and a second. All those in the affirmative signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same.
Aye.
Let the record show. Motion fails.
Well, we'll try, Mr. Chairman. Move it without recommendation to the city council, see if we get any change of heart.
Yeah. Second that.
Okay. You and I are quite the team today.
Well, I'm trying to get things kicked down the road so we can see where we're going.
I
But
know.
I'm okay with what everybody wants to do. I'm just 1 of 10. So have a motion and a second to move this to the full city council without recommendation. Any discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same.
Aye.
Let the record reflect. Motion fails. It's in your lap, Mr. Mayor.
Congratulations, citizens of Roswell.
Excuse me.
No,
Yes.
exactly.
You want to sit in this chair and behave like that, that's okay. If you want to address the meeting, that's okay. Comments like that to the chair are not acceptable.
It was to the room.
That's an opinion and that's not a fact. So, Mr. Mayor, you got a couple items that are probably going to be on your table.
Okay, thank you.
Probably very capable of handling those items.
Okay, so now what do we do?
Now, what do we got? We've been here for 2 hours.
Yep.
We're gonna be here for another 2.
Yep.
So I'm gonna call for a 5-minute break.
Oh.
Get up and move around.
Wouldn't give me that.
Extending the meeting more than.
Chair, sir, since I have 4 of the next 5 items, may I join you at the table?
Yeah, please do.
Off the back of your heads.
Please do.
You can. Here.
That's fine. I brought plenty for
I
you.
got this one.
It's so cold in here, and I was like, what do you mean it's cold? Like, don't.
Yeah, I want to.
Yep, here.
All day. All day.
Pick the one.
I got a text from somebody who's on, and told me. Is that not a conflict of interest?
There you go.
Is that one? This is way past my bedtime.
Well, I got steak thawed out that it may not get cooked tonight.
Kelly.
You gotta cook?
I never could.
Huh?
Never do.
I'm trying to call you tomorrow. No, I don't, I'll let her retreat.
That's right. Yeah.
Maybe I'll be.
Or basically, and he suggested Richard Garcia maybe to sit on TV. And I left a message with Louis Jaramillo, contacting your show if he wants to. I just thought I would. Your brother and I had a long chat. Yeah. He sometimes, it's not as, his demeanor is not like yours.
We're a little different.
Well,
I'm glad you finally figured that out.
oh, no, I did figure that out. I did figure that out. But I would hate to see the ETC go, and he says, no, we can't. And then Juan told me about Richard Garcia.
You know, there's another name.
Well, I've got your.
What's the deal?
Joe Cedillo started great. I mean, I know Joe Well Rich, probably all right too.
Yeah.
But Joe Cedillo, he knows all kinds of stuff from.
Actually, I just talked to, who was it that I was talking to? Louis Mesa.
You credited.
And he said that he was informed by Joel that he would be willing to serve on any commission or
There
committee.
you go. There you go.
If he gets
We can
appointed.
get that
Oh,
because.
it's all right, yeah. Joe would be. I mean, everybody knows Joe on both sides. I mean, he's got a reputation.
He's fair. And Mona is the only city person, so yeah. No, I with I mean, Richard's there. Joe is there.
Yes. I know. Too many prayers and too much.
You know, as long as we are there, one of us there.
I just need his address.
I gotta get you that one.
I don't have any. You know, if maybe Richard doesn't, I don't know what it's like.
Just one thing on some of the.
No.
I like to get some, but it's obvious the people that are there are gonna take the money. Nobody's ever gonna fix a hangar. You know, insulated, put a heater in it. If we get somebody, you know, if everything always stands in forever, and we'll never get anybody to fix something. If we could make a lease to somebody who would insulate the hangar and make some security uniforms where they make the improvements and we give them the lease and then we get.
We got some hangers. I've already got some people. Steel wheels. On the big doors, you can't open them.
Well, no, those big old things were,
But they haven't been maintained or
I said, thank you. I'm sure his phone number's out there somewhere. Yes.
Well, when we're gonna find the time, we need to have a real serious discussion on this.
I know, we do need to, yeah, because, you know, all I'm saying is that we have a lot of stuff out there and everybody parks in there. So we don't have any place to get, you know, the mechanic, whoever's out there is the mechanic, ought to have a place where he can work.
Well, it used to be in the leases with the FPO. And the supply.
Right. And I think that's in the less coming too, that it'd be something, that'd be, are you gonna do that?
And everything, Turin used to have to have a flight school, used to have a charter department, used to have maintenance. None of that's in there anymore.
So, I mean, the guys just take the money from the gas and go.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, $1 a gallon, I don't know why it's $1 a gallon more from here to Artesia, that's a lot.
Well, yeah. Right
You know,
now,
and I mean, I'm not after anybody, I just want more services there. So, I'm gonna go meet the president of the university.
oh, okay.
So you guys don't give me any more stuff to do, okay?
I'm trying to help you, but I'm not getting anywhere. You don't talk to me, talk to the rest of us.
What do you think? So we had a call today.
See, right now, it have like $7.60 a gallon for our load.
You know, I said, put mine down.
You like gas lines, does it ever go down?
It doesn't go,
Apparently
air
that's-
aviation fuel.
they're hailed
Different deal.
on Sunday.
In Artesia, it's $7.
That's on my deal for tomorrow for ETZ.
All right.
I can't control that.
All right, we'll make it work.
It's getting complicated around. It's getting complicated around.
Let the record reflect back on it, 17. Oh, Mr. Mavers, you're going to be busy.
Yeah, we're kind of surly today.
No, we're not. I'm trying to move things on down the table. Let's get things going.
You know, we're
It's
showing
okay.
our independence.
That's fine. I'm okay with that. So the next item on the agenda is item number 10, which is the ordinance for zoning ordinance amendment for the SUP and CUP. So Mr. Mavers, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner or Councilors. The item number 10 is ordinance 23XX. We are presenting this for the second time to the committee after going back out and gaining additional information from the public as well as input written and in person. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're asking you to go ahead and review ordinance 23XS and then vote to recommend that the city council set a date to consider adoption of the ordinance. Slight change between last month and this month. You actually have two separate versions of the ordinance to take a look at. One of the concerns that was expressed was that the ordinance in its original condition with all of the commercial zones was too long, and we were asked to edit it down. So we'll be doing separate meetings on just amendments to the commercial ordinance. However, there was some discussion between myself and the city attorney about the final direction and whether or not we should leave the I zones in there. There is a little bit of a sense of urgency with the I zones because we do have some, we have a couple of businesses currently that are challenging, let's say, and just to, when it comes to our ability to enforce CUP ordinances. So that's why we left them in. So the first thing we would like you to do tonight is determine which version of the ordinance you want to discuss. Version 2 that you have in front of you is 6 pages long, and it does include amendments to the I-1 and I-2 zone. The other one, version 3, is only the CUP and SUP amendments. No, nothing with the I zones, and it's a couple of pages shorter. But one of the things I want to remind everybody is the definitions of why there's a difference between an SUP and a CUP. The SUP, if you were looking at order of operations here, you have your by right, your permitted uses. SUPs, again, is a land use permit issued by the Planning and Zoning Commission that allows the recipient to make use of the property in accordance with this ordinance as well as any additional requirements. Again, a specific approval for a use that's been determined to be slightly more intense or to have a potentially greater impact than a permitted use, okay? You're very familiar with the SUPs. We've been doing SUPs for a long, long time. And you'll usually see, let's say in the residential zones, an SUP applied to a church or a daycare center, something that provides services to those residents, but doesn't fit within the R1 zone specifically. So we take a little bit of a harder look at that and attempt to ensure tranquility in the neighborhood. Let's just put it that way, by utilizing certain mitigation measures. Next slide, please. A conditional use permit, we ratchet things up just a little bit. A permit, again, granted by the Planning and Zoning Commission under the provisions of this title, which grants and authorizes a particular use of a premises, property, or subject to the compliance with all the terms and conditions of approval contained in this permit. One of the things that staff is doing is when we have a more intense use that's coming into an area that may not be fitting with the permitted uses 100%, we take a harder look at it and we make sure that when we write our conditions of approval, okay, that all those conditions of approval have to be met before getting your certificate of occupancy. As an example, we have a number of, in fact, I want to say 1, 2, 3, 4 different applications right now pending for various gas stations, service stations, and other things. Now, these are going through under the old way, which does not require a conditional use permit. Because of concerns over the environment, because of concerns over interface, because of concerns over traffic and other things, we would like to, at some point in the future, move that out of the C2 zone as a permitted use and move it into a C2 with a conditional use permit, just because of the concerns, again, environmental, traffic, and other things. So we take a harder look at all those things and make sure that they're appropriate for that particular use in that particular location based upon the surrounding land uses. Next slide, please. The ordinance 23XX, again, is presented as first in a series of amendments to the zoning ordinance. The city zoning code has not been updated in over a decade. There's been we've moved around the margins just a little bit from what I understand. There's been a couple of minor changes, like the sign ordinance was just done last month. Okay, but again, it was one line. We haven't taken a wholesale look at the zoning ordinance. So this is the beginning of taking a really good hard look at whether or not our zoning ordinance fits the current business environment, the current economic environment, and provides enough flexibility as well so that we encourage growth and development. That's one of the things we're running up against right now is our zoning ordinance hasn't kept up with the way we do business in the city and the way business is done nationwide for that matter. I'll give you an example on that in just a second. Again, much of the zoning code now out of step with new building types. It's very out of step. Mixed use, adaptive reuse, revitalization techniques, the ability to use within our parking ordinance, the ability to use shared parking or other agreements. I'll give you an example. Texas Roadhouse, as an example. Right next door, the property that's vacant, they are proposing a whole series of other paths for additional restaurants. Under our current ordinance, we would have to look at one restaurant A and restaurant B. And if I required 100 parking spots for restaurant A and 100 parking spots for restaurant B, there'd have to be 200 parking spots. What we're proposing with the conditional use permit is to give a little bit of flexibility to staff to say, okay, we know the Texas Roadhouse opens at 3:00 in the afternoon. They're an evening type destination restaurant. This restaurant over here, though, only serves breakfast and lunch. Why do I have to have 200 parking spaces for this one and this one when there's no overlap between the businesses? Why can't they share that? And why can't we increase the economic density of the area and therefore GRT and everything else? Parking is a GRT killer. Okay? It's necessary, of course, to get people in and out, but we need to be able to take a look at how is this parking lot really being utilized? Okay? If we've got other places in town where we have a business that's coming in and we want to build a brand new business and they have an office space and maybe a little retail showroom, but the majority of the business is storage. Okay? Why do I have to provide parking at a C2 rate for all that storage? Why don't I just sit down and talk to the business owner and say, look, you only need you have 3 employees and you need a couple of spaces for people coming to visit and a handicap spot because that's just required by the feds. Rather than having 20 or 30 spaces, have 5 because that's what fits that business. So we're looking at a more practical application of our zoning and development codes as way of updating all of this. Okay, next slide. Okay. Again, the economic recovery has revealed, as I just explained, share the significant number of gaps in the existing ordinance that inhibits the city's ability to attract job creators and to support the entrepreneurial spirit of those who wish to relocate to New Mexico. The current zoning code lacks policies, procedures, and enforcement measures for projects that require additional levels of development review. Okay, and that's the whole point of draft 3. If you want to take a look at that, is that is specific policies, procedures, and implementation measures. Next slide, please. Again, a big part of the reason we're doing this is to support Main Street Roswell, the SNMEDD, NMEDD, and to do that, to support them properly, especially in their revitalization measures, we need to develop some flexibility here within our ordinance. Mixed-use development, workforce housing, we really don't have anything. Live, work, lofts, things like that. All of these things, it's not clear in our ordinance. It was never anticipated 10 years ago in the last major update. Then adaptive reuse, revitalization, small-scale manufacturing is something that's coming on. It's where you have it would be perfect for downtown. You have a front part of the business that sells various small manufactured items. We got wonderful artisans and craftspeople here in town. The back of the building is where it's all produced. So you have small-scale manufacturing. And NMEDD and the COG, they can both support manufacturing where they can't necessarily support the service business side. Okay. Something else, flexibility and staff review of new development proposals, because it is both, it's just impractical to try to put everything in here that might come up on any given day. It's impossible to know what the next new business is going to be. We've built in the flexibility. Okay, that staff can look at something and that's very similar. We believe it would be compatible. We'll process it under this portion of the code. And again, ability to establish special provisions for development or conditions of approval. It's the special provisions and the conditions of approval that give us those enforcement powers. Next slide. On February 9th, at the direction of this committee, we went out to the public. We invited, I believe, 35 different members of the community, all different people, real estate people, developers, builders, everybody. We took input from our professionals, from our builders, and from the real estate people. Most of the concerns were in how this would be applied, okay, which is another reason for pulling the commercial zone, and we'll do something else. There was also a concern expressed about, well, what if staff goes too far? Okay, what if we instead of creating flexibility, we become a little overbearing? There's always that concern, and I respect that. Okay, so we have added an appeal section, a direct section that says that anybody who comes through has the ability to look at this ordinance, and if they believe staff is being a little overbearing, they can appeal that to the city manager. If the city manager agrees with staff, but they still feel it, they can move on up to the Planning and Zoning Commission and all the way to the city council. So that is in there now as a protection, not only for the business people coming in, but as a check on city staff and a potential abuse of authority or power, however you want to use it. Next slide, please.
Can I ask a question before he moves on?
Yes.
The question is if it goes up to planning and zoning, and the planning and zoning rules against the appeal, is that issue dead at that point, or will it ever get to?
Until it gets, theoretically, maybe our deputy city attorney can chime in here, but it's my understanding that if they go through the appeal process, they still have the opportunity to go to the courts. Is that correct? So this could go all the way to municipal court if somebody feels that strongly about it.
Well, but if, let's say the planning and zoning rules in favor of the plaintiff.
Right. If they rule in favor of the let's say the appellant, if they rule in favor of the appellant, then that becomes the new.
So it never gets to the city council.
It should never, unless they, no, anybody can appeal. And in fact, since I've been here, I've been in front of the city council a few times where people have appealed decisions that have been made by the Planning and Zoning Commission. Now, these were appeals that came from the public.
You may go to your document because it says that any decision by the Planning and Zoning Commission regarding the approval, denial, suspension, or revocation of a SUP or CUP may be appealed to the city council,
but
subject to the notice fees and the procedures governing such hearing provided pursuant to this chapter.
That's assuming that the planning and zoning doesn't uphold the appeal or oppose the appeal, whatever.
Any decision can be appealed. An appeal for denial can be appealed. An appeal for approval can be appealed. In fact, I want to say the 3 appeals that I've had to present to the city council over the past 2 years have been members of the public that have appealed an approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So it works both ways.
Because right now, if I understand the rules correctly, if the planning and zoning approves an action and somebody doesn't want to pay the $100, $200, whatever that money is to appeal to city council, it never gets to city council.
Right. If they don't pay the.
Oh, if they don't pay right now, I believe our fee for an appeal is $100. That fee is as part of the overall planning and zoning and development fees are being looked at. If you feel it's excessive or something that, that'll be a discussion item in the future.
Well, what I'm getting at is I don't want somebody not to be able to bring it to the full council on an appeal, even if they don't have the money to pay for the fee. Because if you're talking about a fee to go to city manager to make the appeal and the city manager denies the appeal, then they're going to planning and zoning. That, I don't know whether that's going to add another $100 or whatever. And if they deny the appeal at that point.
There is no cost to appeal to the city manager right now in our ordinance. The only cost there is to appeal a planning and zoning decision to the city council. So if there was an individual that came to you, say a project applicant, start there, okay? And they believe that something we're asking is too much, okay? And they want to go to see Mike, they want to appeal to Mike, there's no cost to do that.
Right.
None whatsoever. Let's say Mike agrees with staff. No, that's an appropriate way to go. They still feel that, no, we're being taken advantage of here. They can go to the Planning and Zoning Commission when we move it forward. They've already paid for the conditional use permit itself. We will move it forward to the Planning and Zoning Commission, okay, as with
Kevin,
the way it is.
Your ordinance says or the city council.
Right.
They can go to planning and zoning or council, whichever they.
I missed the language.
Okay. No, you can do both. You can do both. That's right. We wrote that in there, or I think that was somebody.
And if they elect to go to council
Right.
and don't, they can then, or if they elect to go to planning and zoning and not council for the final determinations, planning and zoning, they don't agree with that, then they can go to council.
Remember now, we changed that. We changed that specifically because there was a concern similar to what you had expressed here, a concern that the Planning and Zoning Commission generally rules in favor of what staff has brought forward. That's been typical. Everyone has the option to negotiate their conditions of approval or their special provisions at the time they're at the public hearing. But the truth is that the Planning and Zoning Commission does tend to lean heavily on the staff's recommendations. So we put that or in there rather than requiring that next step. So you could go, theoretically, you could go from staff to the city manager directly to the city council to get there.
Okay, then
Good answer. But if they do go to council, is there notification of fees?
The answer to, there has to be notification. There has to be.
If they bypass planning and zoning and they go directly to council?
Right now, there is no provision for any fee except for an appeal from Planning and Zoning Commission to the city council.
So if they went directly to council, they wouldn't pay anything?
There would be no fee. There would be no fee. Currently. I have drafted an ordinance that does address that, but currently there is no fee.
Okay. That makes a lot of sense.
Satisfy your question?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm sorry, Kevin.
That's okay. Anyway, obviously, we're asking tonight, we would like to move this forward. There is, as we said, a bit of a sense of urgency with respect to the industrial zones in particular. So we're asking that the Planning and Zoning Commission actually looked at the much larger ordinance in total back in October of this year, and they voted in favor of the ordinance, passed it on to legal committee. So they have seen a larger version of this previously and agreed with everything and moved it on to legal committee. And then, of course, the February 23rd legal committee will be the first consideration of this revised version of the ordinance. Stand for any additional questions?
Questions? Councilor Orr Paisley.
I do have a concern. Let me see if I can find it.
Which version of the ordinance are you looking at, sir?
A heavy industrial district.
Okay, so you're on version 2.
That's in. Which are you asking us to approve? Either?
Either, yes. What I would like to do is if you only feel comfortable with reviewing and approving just the basic ordinance, that's version 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I would like, because again, it only added an additional 2 pages and there's only the I-1 zone and I-2 zone. And again, because of concerns over a couple of businesses in the industrial zones, I would ask that you at least consider reviewing version 2 as well. Okay. But we're good with either one of them moving forward to the city council. So it's whatever's your pleasure, sir.
Okay. So go ahead, Councilor.
On the one that I have a concern is, again, it's Article 40 on page 87, Section C, conditional uses are as follows. Number 5. Sexually oriented businesses. We're putting them somewhere in the dark.
I-1.
Well, no,
this is a heavy.
Yeah.
I-2.
They're being only.
That's right.
Sexual oriented businesses are currently only allowed in the I-2 zone. Again, because of concerns that have been expressed by previous city councils and everyone else. We moved that to, I believe actually, I don't have my red lines here in front of me, so I can't tell you, but it either required an SUP or a CUP, and limited to this. So we moved it to the CUP section so that those applications, if we ever get one, are scrutinized.
The concern that I have is we're targeting a particular business. And we're treating them very different than a regular so-called business. Because you're putting them way out there in no man's land.
Those were.
And I understand this has nothing to do with you.
Before I got here.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with you. And I think if I understand the reasoning behind this, is more a morality issue than a business issue. And I think that's wrong. I think we should treat businesses like a business.
Well, I do believe that in our, since I've been here, we've never had an application for a sexually oriented business. It's my understanding we have an ordinance in the municipal code that deals with these things specifically. If we want to change that particular issue, we would need to revisit that specific ordinance. Just like if we wanted to change issues with cannabis, we treat cannabis differently as well.
I think that ordinance puts it in heavy industrial.
It does, yes. That's where it's at.
Right now.
Right now, yeah.
The previous council vote to move it there.
We can certainly revisit that ordinance. We can revisit any ordinance you wish, but currently that ordinance specifically states that those sexually oriented businesses are limited to the I2 zone, citywide.
Let me ask you this question. If they're okay for that, so they don't have to apply for a conditional use permit.
No, right now they would have to make an application, and I believe it's a special use permit. Again, I'd have to go back.
Yeah.
But if they're allowed in there, why do they have to get an SUP?
Again, additional scrutiny because of the.
But they're allowed per an ordinance right now.
They're allowed. Councilor Foster?
One of the reasons too is because there's a spacing permit. Sexual oriented businesses have to have so much many feet between each other. And so that would be another reason why you'd need a special use permit, because they would have to look and see if another one was within a certain feet of the proposed site.
So let me ask you the question then. You're saying, so if there was no one close, why would I have to get a special use permit?
That one I'm not sure of, but I know.
You follow my question?
But if there was already an existing business there, they have to be so many feet away from that business. They can't have them stacked on each other.
Right.
So, I don't know. It was,
I think you were on that vote, were you not?
Yes.
And so, yeah, if you can shed some light to that, to maybe address council's concern.
The other reason why we had it is because the truth is, if we didn't have any ordinance on it, then we wouldn't have any regulation of where they could go right next to your car dealership or right next to any place. And so we had to regulate places for a sexually oriented business to be. And the heavy industrial was the easiest. And I do believe it's not allowed on the air center also, even though, because I believe that one, it was too close to residential where to put it on the air center.
It's allowed in I2.
I2, but I also think there was a caveat that I2 non-airport, because of, there was no, all the I2s are within residential, close to residential.
Yeah. Councilor Lopez.
That makes sense to me.
I think
it seems like this particular industry is being targeted, and is being targeted based on assumptions that there's illegal activity that may be going on. And if you apply that assumption to any business, you'll find illegal activity going on.
Everywhere.
That's right.
And to presume or to go under the assumption that you may have prostitution or whatever this particular business is they associate it with, I think you have to address it on a case-by-case basis, that if indeed something is going on and the police department can verify that there's something going on, then that particular business is the one that has to answer for it. But don't penalize the entire business because of the act of one or two individuals. And I think that's the way we're handling the cannabis as well.
again, the problem we have, and you brought it up, is with enforcement, okay? When we have a business that has, and you're absolutely correct, there are certain assumptions that are made with certain industries that they're going to be incompatible with other areas. We have no, if we don't put it either in the conditional use permit section or the special use permit section, then it falls under other, we don't have the ability to go back. And if we do discover, let's say prostitution, grab their permit and revoke it. Okay, that's the biggest problem we have had is with the bad players out there. And there are a few in every industry. You're absolutely correct. Okay, our ability to go right now and to do regular inspections, to make certain that not only all the building codes are being followed, but all the zoning codes are being followed, all the civil laws and criminal laws are also being followed. We don't have the ability to do that with some of these businesses that causes a concern. We don't necessarily worry about the local insurance agent who's going to build himself an office. Okay, is there a possibility for criminal activity in your local insurance agent's office? Yes, there is. But that's the purview of the Securities and Exchange Commission, most likely, not the city of Roswell. All right. What is within our purview with some of these bad actors is that as a condition of approval, we can require an annual facilities inspection. We can go in and see if they put up partition walls or put up minimum size. We can make sure the building code is appropriately applied. When we get a message from the community that there's they file a complaint about activities that are happening there, we can, in one of these businesses, we can go down, we can send code enforcement or we can send RPD, and we can put it into a code enforcement mode, which allows us to immediately take corrective action. Okay? If they built a whole bunch of stuff and created a lot of small little rooms, which happens frequently in these types of businesses that are not permitted, everything else, we red tag them, we shut them down immediately until they've taken corrective measures. If it continues or they fail to take corrective measures, we have the right then to revoke their permit. Okay? The enforcement mechanism gives us the opportunity to take corrective action much quicker than going through the civil procedures. Am I out of line there, Mr. Deputy City Attorney? Is that a reasonable analysis?
Yeah, I think it's a much faster way to deal with things than criminal.
Councilor Bassett. Councilor Bassett, do you have something?
Amalia, Jason is on the line. I told Amalia.
Counselor would like to speak.
Councilor Perry.
Thank you. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Sorry that I sound like I'm in a tunnel. I'm in Elida trying to enjoy my son's district basketball game. But when this came, I had no idea that this was going to be part of discussion. It just all comes down to this. Why do we even have a sexually oriented business ordinance? Why do we have that? It became because a group of citizens had major concerns because there was a piece of property on Main Street that was being considered to be sold right smack dab on Main Street that was going to bring, may be called Gentlemen's Club. I don't consider people who go there gentlemen, but that's just my personal opinion. And they had concerns, they had reservations. And our attorneys at the time looked at it and said, you cannot keep these kind of things out of your city because of freedom of speech, because of art and whatever they want to call it and expressing themselves. So we started to look for ways to protect the city, yet be able to allow them to legally operate within the bounds of the law. I was able to find Lancaster, California, to be at the time, to my knowledge, the largest city in California that did not have a sexually oriented business within their city limits. So I traveled out to Lancaster, California, met with their city leaders, their attorneys, their planning and zoning department, and realized that the way that you deal with these kind of things is through zoning. Everything is dealt with through zoning. You can't have a doctor's office in certain areas. You can't have beauticians in certain areas. You can't. I don't hear anybody getting upset over beauticians not being able to be in an R3 or an R2 or whatever that may be, where you can have doctors in an R3 or whatever that may be. This is
Councilor
not
Perry, Councilor
about-
Perry, Councilor Perry, can I interrupt you just for 1 second?
You are. Go ahead.
The item that we're talking about is already, we're not talking about repealing that ordinance already. That's an ordinance in fact, correct?
I understand all of that.
And so the item of discussion is whether we're going to approve draft 2 or draft 3 of the CUP and SUP. So I think this discussion about a sexually oriented business is for another day because it's covered by a separate ordinance. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, with all due respect, I'll just waive my ability to speak. I'm disappointed that everybody else has had an opportunity.
I'm asking you a question.
I'm
asking you a question.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
I'm asking you a question about whether this is what we're discussing today. And I'm hearing from Mr. Meavers that that is a separate ordinance all by itself. Is that not correct?
Yes, it's a separate standalone ordinance.
That's all I'm trying to get to, so that we stay on task.
Right.
And that we get what we're talking about taken care of.
And
so if you didn't approve of that, Councilor Perry, all I'm trying to do is stay on task so we get this done.
And with respect to, thank you for, got a copy of the red lines here.
I want to say, may I say one other thing and then I'll get off the phone completely?
Sure.
I just find it disappointing that Councilor Oropesa has been able to discuss this in its entirety and no one has drilled him or pulled him back in. But I start to speak in 2 minutes or whatever it is into my conversation, I'm cut off. So I understand what's happening very clearly now and I'll just get off. Thank you.
I don't agree with that, but that's your opinion, because I'm going to get this meeting back on track and take care of the businesses that is at hand. And that is not, and what brought this up is because it's listed here, one line item in draft 2, but we're going to put this in up and down. We're going to move on.
For the record, I'm not sure what Councilor Perry means. I know what's going on.
I don't understand.
The implication of that is.
That's your opinion, as has been stated earlier.
Mr. Chairman,
Please, let's attend to business, please.
You're able to obtain a red line copy. Currently, sexually oriented businesses are in the I2 zone only with an SUP. So they're already with us. The only change that's being made is my recommendation is to move the sexually oriented business from an SUP to a CUP. So we can, of course, easily move it back if that's the wishes of the committee.
Councilor.
I've actually had my hand up for a minute, but, so I just have 3 questions that I've written this far. So is that redlined right there is, what ordinance is that?
I've got both.
The red line?
The red line, yes, this is the red line that the changes for some reason in your packet, you only got the clean versions. So.
Right, and I have a hard time ascertaining what you're trying to change without the red lines. Because if I don't know what it was before, it's really hard for me to make solid decisions about whether it's a good change. I mean, I prefer to have the old and the new, and that goes across the board, not just for you. I'm just saying that open-ended for everyone who presents me with legal documentation. Please give me what you're amending.
Yeah.
Second question is you keep mentioning concerns, and it's a little bit forgotten at this point because of the sermon we just sat through. So if you understand what I mean, you actually kept saying that because of business concerns, we have to make this change because of concerns. I want to know whose concerns. Where do you have those listed? Is that from council members? Is that from business people? Is it from, is that you're saying concerns?
The answer is all of the above.
Okay, do you have
give you a simple, another couple of simple examples. The interpretation, well, and I've used the parking because it seems to be the greatest issue right now. the concerns over our parking ordinance and how they are applied or not applied in the C3 district. Okay. The way I interpret that section of the ordinance is that in the C3 zone, there is parking flexibility allowed, okay, under our parking ordinance. Parking minimums, there are no parking minimums. It doesn't say no parking, okay? It should be required for each business. Okay? But it should allow for the flexibility. That's unclear. Okay?
So I'm asking, that's not actually my question. My question is actually, who is concerned? On that parking one that you just, who actually brought that up to you?
Former Mayor Jennings is bringing that up.
Okay, that's
several
what I'm
times.
asking for.
Yeah,
I'm not saying that there's something sneaky. I just want to know who you're talking to and what they're saying.
Again, the different example, okay? We have arbitrary setbacks requirements across all of our zones. Okay? There is no logic or significant rationale, and we have people, especially in the south end of town right now, who are coming to us, planning and zoning, almost on a daily basis, wanting to reinvest in themselves. Okay, but because of arbitrary setbacks, front yard, side yard, rear yard, and everything else, I can't grant them a permit to build something as simple as a carport. Okay? Because they can't meet it. And there's no logic in that. If I've got a through street and I've got an open carport, why can't I extend that carport into the setback area? There's no flexibility within our zoning code that allows for that. Another extreme example, recent example. We had somebody that wanted to build an office building, operational office building at the airport. Okay, we went round and round for 6 months. Our office does not have, because of the way the codes are written, the ability to allow flexibility, whether that unit, whether that business is a temporary business in a temporary location or permanent. We have to treat everybody the same coming out of our office unless we get authorization from, in this particular case, the airport commission. Okay? And it took months for them to finally get in front of the airport commission with their plan, say, okay, and then it was signed off and hopefully they'll be under construction almost immediately. But we went round and round because we are not granted that level of flexibility to say, oh, this is just a temporary use. Okay, fine. It's a temporary use. You've got this number of people. When they come to us and we look at it and it's this side of the fence and that falls under our zoning and development codes, there's no differentiation between temporary and permanent. It's, you put the building in, you put the parking that's required, you put the landscaping in, you put the curb and gutter and everything. And so there was significant concerns. And when you've got people on I don't even have the ability at this point to phase in development. Well, let's say we get a new builder that has got 75% of the money to do the project. This just came up today. Okay? And they wanted us to go ahead and grant them the ability to put in some additional parking and landscaping at a later date, a year after they were operational, give them a chance to develop some cash flow. I don't have that flexibility. This gives me that. And what we're trying to do is to give that flexibility. We can process an application. We can develop conditions of approval or special provisions that say that provide timelines for implementation, with an understanding that these things are required under certain timeframes. So it's across the board. It's residential, it's commercial, it's industrial, it's institutional. Everybody has had concerns, especially with the rising cost of construction, interest rates and everything else. Everybody would like a little bit of flexibility.
Okay. You referred to the sense of urgency regarding industrial?
Yes.
Okay, so draft 3 doesn't have industrial, is that?
Draft 3 does not have industrial.
Okay.
Draft 2 does.
So then where does the sense of urgency lie if the second one doesn't have it?
Because I don't know if it was a misunderstanding between myself and the city attorney or not, but or misunderstanding of our direction. One of us heard one thing and the other heard the other thing, and we could neither agree which one was correct. One of us, the city attorney heard they wanted a clean version just of the implementation of the ordinance, basically just the CUP and SUP section. What I had heard is get rid of the commercial portion only, because there was significant debate over what was done. So we're bringing both of them just out of so that a decision could be made tonight and
Who is
mess
they?
things up.
Who is they? You
Sorry?
said they had, you heard them one way and he.
In the meeting that we held on February 9th.
I mean, with that one constituent.
It was when everybody was sitting around the table. It was the open meeting. And we were discussing the fact that it was, there was concerns about the length of the ordinance, about the implementation sections. So we took the commercial section out. Hess heard to take everything out. I heard just to take the commercial section out. And because, again, we have some concerns, I think, that are legitimate over a couple of industrial businesses in the south, in Ward 1. As a matter of fact, that we wanted to go ahead and propose leaving the I zones in there so that we could address those issues immediately, if that's the will of this committee.
Just two more. So I'll have to say, I do understand a lot of the importance of what you're talking about. I'm just a little uncomfortable because while I am familiar with law, I'm not familiar with zoning. It's very complex and it's a lot of time to invest. I had hoped that there would have been some discussion because, a lot of your ability to give me instances helps me relate to this Greek language. Okay. So I am apprehensive to support it, but at the same time, I understand the need that you're expressing. The legality, I don't have anything to compare it to. So I'm having to make a decision feeling uninformed. And it makes me uncomfortable, but I just wanted to express, I see what your work is. I appreciate your time and effort on it. But I had to kind of express, it's just a little apprehension of, and I can say that I don't understand it completely, but I only have so much time to give because I'm giving a lot. And it does help if you actually set up a meeting with me. And we did set up a meeting, as a matter of fact, and I don't think I got anything explained at that point. But anyway, I've said my piece, but thank you for your effort.
Councilor Corn.
Mr. Chairman, we've got red line versions that have been passed out.
Yes, sir.
I see them.
And I just got a question. I assume that the red is the new language because I've checked a couple of paragraphs.
Yes.
Okay. I noticed in the red line version where you've got uses on page 24, page 1, line 24, excuse me.
Of which version are you talking about? Draft 2 or draft 3?
No, this is draft. That's a good question.
Right?
Top right-hand corner should say draft V2 or draft V3.
Draft 2.
Okay.
You've got the word uses in red and then you lined it out. So what do you really mean?
Which line are you?
Line 24.
Oh, again, that was the original title of this section was special uses. We're removing that word uses and putting in there use permits and conditional use permits.
So all you're taking off is the S, not the whole word.
Taking off the small.
No, I'm taking out the small word. Well, yes, I could have done that, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just try to keep abreast of somebody's.
I think what I'm trying to understand is what's been done here. Red with a line through it is being taken out.
Yeah, but it's in here.
Well, and then red
Yeah, it doesn't.
without that is an addition.
Again, I think there was a reason I did it up there. I wanted it to be clear, the title. If you look on line 26 and go down to the far right, you'll see where I put a capital S and then lined out the small s, and then I put a capital U and lined out the small.
Well, and I understood that, but my question was, you inserted the word uses, and then you lined it out, and then I see in the proposal here, for just the singular word use.
Yeah, but again, uses was the original language in the current ordinance. Okay, so that comes out in favor of use permits and conditional use permits.
I'm going to go back to the original here. Just follow you, Counselor.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm used to working with redacted stuff.
Right.
And my normal way of doing it is that if I'm going to take the word uses out, you've got uses and then right next to it, you've got use. So I would have just stricken the S and put a capital U in there and then gone on with permits and conditional use permits. So I'm just trying to understand
where this document is going.
I think.
And I did that exact thing on line 26. So it's just the.
Well, I just found the first one.
It's inconsistent on my part. And
I'm just trying
to for that.
I'm trying to figure out how you're editing and changing. That's all.
Okay. You got it?
I think so.
Okay. Councilor Oropesa.
Mr. Chair, let me see if I understood Mr. Mavers correctly. You're the one that's recommending the second version.
Version.
Again, I am not making a recommendation. It's up to the, I am presenting both versions so that you all can make a decision and a recommendation.
You understood something on the workshop and Hess understood another.
A slightly different version, yes.
Which would be version.
Which is your version?
Version 3.
Version 3 is your version.
No, version 2 is my version.
Okay.
Version 3, after discussing it with Hess, he said, I thought we were supposed to pull out everything. And so I went and, okay, I didn't hear that. Okay, so I prepared version 3, pulling out the I zones. So the only difference between version 2 and version 3 is the I zones do not exist in version 3.
So my question is, if Hess is still online, I would like to ask Hess what the intent of pulling out the industrial portion of it is.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right, Mr. Chair, Councilor Oropesa, the idea here was that typically when making a in my view, making it a specific determination about uses and whether or not they should be included or excluded as parts of conditional use permits is something that needs to be case by case and maybe even open up to public comment. But the actual superstructure of having CUPs and SUPs is a good thing to move forward on, regardless of what qualifies or needs to have a CUP or an SUP. So the important thing from legal's perspective is that, does that make sense?
I really didn't completely understood it.
I believe, he has explained it to me that it is, and the idea is to present the as he put it, the superstructure of the ordinance, which is what you have in draft version 3, okay? Just the ordinance itself. Most debate at the Planning and Zoning Commission level and at the City Council level occurs when you go back to the individual zones and you start saying, no, that one doesn't belong here, it belongs here. This one doesn't belong here, it belongs up here. And you start inserting. That's where people begin to get pretty deep in the weeds on these type of ordinances. So what Hess had heard, and again, I heard something slightly different, was that we should remove all the C zones, okay, because they were going to cause a lot of discussion. We have 4 different C zones plus some other zones that could be used. They could be it'll be a 10-page document unto itself when we get ready to go, and it will most likely create significant debate over why was that particular use put in that category versus another category. And it will take some time. So understanding what what I believe Hess was trying to say was that we don't want to get the ordinance itself, the implementation measures and our ability to enforce hung up in a debate over whether or not the sexually oriented business should be under an SUP or a CUP.
So my question would be to you is if indeed we look at version 3, that what I understand came from Hess understanding. The problem that we've been dealing with in Ward 1, will it be addressed? Will you be able to address it under version 3?
Not specifically. Because if you look at your red line for version 3, okay,
It's not there.
it's the specific designation for the motorsports. It's not in there right now. We have to put it back in because at some point years ago, somebody made a determination of a like or a similar use and did not put the enforcement mechanisms in there the way it is supposed to be. So we have got to, it's, your situation in Ward 1 has been challenging since the day I got here. And this is the best way to start putting some teeth into our ability to enforce, because the reality is I could go back and I could look at my text messages and my email over the past 2 years, and there is rarely a weekend that goes by they don't violate their conditions of approval. And right now, the only way we've gotten them to move in a positive direction has been, I took it personally upon myself, and it was a combination of discussion, negotiation, and quite honestly, the threat that the city council was going to look at the validity of their conditional use permit. This takes it out of that realm, puts it back underneath code enforcement, and we have the ability to take corrective action immediately upon hearing of a violation.
Let me just ask you a question, Mr. Mewers. I'm looking in here, under version 3.
Okay.
Page 3, section 8.1. You've got the item B, the director may suspend or revoke a SUP or a CUP. And if people are not operating properly and you've already got that, do you not have the power to do that?
I do not.
This doesn't grant you that power?
This will grant me the power.
So either perhaps 2 or 3 will grant you that power.
It grants me that power, but it doesn't specifically state that I have that power to deal with a motorsports venue.
If anyone, and clarification for me, if anyone who's been given an SUP or a CUP is in violation of those provisions, correct me, maybe it's an attorney issue, you have the right. Agree with me?
There was, and
because you can tell them they're not following the conditions of their approval. And if part of their conditions of their approval were XYZ and they're not doing it, it says you can do it right here. Is that count?
It does say that, but then it has a series of conditions. There's 6 reasons why. Are you seeking to have more authority to suspend for other reasons not on here?
Again, it was.
I mean, I think you got the rights.
But we do, and at least we wanted the current zoning code in the I sections is not clear how this applies to motorsports venues.
I don't think it matters what venue it is. Do you, Josh? Because if they're in violation of their SUP or their CUP as delivered, it says one or more conditions has been violated. It didn't matter.
Sir, that's correct.
That correct?
Yes, sir.
So version 3 will take care of you.
If that's the opinion of the attorney, then, and he agrees, then
There's no reason for.
maybe there's no reason to discuss the I-zone currently. We can revisit that later. Again, I did feel better about the versions of that included the I-zone, if for no other reason, clarity and specificity.
Yeah, I get it.
I would still like to recommend that that we at least take a look at the possibility of the I-zones, but if it's the committee's will that we just move forward with draft version 3, then I would say let's move it forward.
I think you need what you're asking for. You have it in version 3.
Yeah, Ned.
But what you were asking for in 2, you have it in version 3. That's what the council said.
A very condensed version.
Correct. Okay. And it doesn't go into the conditional uses for specific businesses.
If the city attorney believes that we'll have that enforcement power, then without dealing with the I-zone tonight, and because of the fact they already have a conditional use permit, then I'm fine.
He's the one who's got to defend it in district court.
If we overstep.
If that's the interpretation.
It's an interpretation. It's an interpretation.
The interpretation.
Well, it's up to the judge.
It's always subject to someone else's.
Yes, it is.
Always subject to someone else's interpretation.
Oh, you should have said that.
Councilor Glenn.
Mr. Chairman, if we adopt 3 versus 2, then Articles 38 and through 40.
What page are you on, please?
I'm on version 2, page 4. And he's been saying that it's 1 and 2 are the same except 4. And I got a question for you. I see here on line 18, you talk about Article 38. And then the next article number is 40. What happened to 39?
For whatever reason, the zoning and development code only uses even numbers.
Oh, well, that explains that.
That's the way it's set up right now. I don't know if there's a reluctance to use odd numbers, but it is, you look at the entire code and it's, section 2, section 4, section 6, section 8, they chose not to use E.
Okay.
Which was nice because it gives me a chance to insert something if I think it's important, but maybe that was the original rationale. I don't know. All I know is
what you got to work with.
That's what I had to work with.
Question that popped up when I was looking to see what 39, and there's no 39.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to what I was, so 2 has got the I-1 and I-2 in it. It's got an I-3 if I look back here, no. So if we happen to pass 3, this has been a tough committee to get stuff passed out of tonight.
I'm trying.
I appreciate your efforts, sir.
So what that means is Article 38 and 40 would stay as they presently are.
Yes, we can revisit those at a later date.
Okay.
As separate ordinance amendments.
Well, then my question is.
You're under that. Yeah.
I'm on the red sheet.
You're on the V2 sheet.
Yeah, V2, I thought I said that. I'm sorry. But
No problem.
So on page 4 of draft 2, line 24 is airports, heliports, and aircraft landing fields. And you've stricken that out.
Yes, moved it into the conditional use permit section.
Over. part in section C,
Okay,
from B to C.
well, and then you inserted a 1, special use permits under C2, C3, C4 districts, and then you jump down to 3. So I would recommend that you renumber all the preceding, and you did the same thing on the top of page 5, line 2, where you lined out 6, but you didn't renumber the sections. So you go
If we
5
vote
to
on,
7.
I'm gonna say, if you vote on version 3, none of that exists.
Right.
But
well, that's true.
There's no doubt final editing would be taking place prior to going to city council.
Well, you just made a comment about using odd numbers and you just took 2 evens out, so you got a whole bunch of odds here.
No, that was just in the articles. That was just the articles were even numbered.
Okay. Any further questions, Councilor Quinn?
No, I'm still trying to wrap my head around this, Mr. Chairman.
No, and I do apologize. There's no doubt in my mind that with the fact that I'm trying to present 4 different ordinances this evening and we put them all together in the last 30 to 45 days, that I am reading things the way I want them to read as opposed to maybe how they read. So there's no doubt in my mind that we'll have to go through and do some minor editing for grammar, punctuation, and clarity, readability as well.
We've put you on a busy, fast track.
It's been a busy month.
Yep. So I hear any pleasures? Because what we're going to be asked to do is, it doesn't say that, but you're either going to adopt none, or you're going to version 2 or version 3.
Correct, sir. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, if I could.
Go ahead.
When you've got an item tabled in a committee, that doesn't mean somebody can't work on it.
And that's correct.
And that's one of the beautiful things about a tabling motion. So you have a chance to go through the document, get it cleaned up, get the numbers sorted out, have further conversations, and then bring back an amended version to be put back on the agenda. Take this item, you list it as tabled, and then you bring it off the table, and then the next motion should be, Mr. Chairman, I got some amendments for this thing, and I'd like to make that the next order of business, or words to that effect.
Sure.
That's the reason why a tabling motion is not necessarily a negative.
No, it's not always a negative.
It's just not over tonight.
We're tabling it until it's date specific. We're postponing till date specific. It's postponing till date specific.
Good night.
Well, you can do that
Madam Clerk.
also. But a tabling motion is not as evil as a lot of people think. Now, in the legislature, it is.
Not here.
Because you got a specific date it's going to be over.
Right.
But here, you can table something and get back to it next year.
4 days from now.
Whatever.
5, whatever the notice is. So what's your pleasure then? Because we got the motion before us.
And this.
I think it's unclear because we've got version 2, we've got version 3. I'm not sure whether we need to be voting on version 2.
Well,
that's the first decision to be made, sir.
Yeah.
Well,
Is determine which version you want to move forward with, and then.
You've got an item.
I mean, an item, but I am trying to understand that the action requested is to review the ordinance and vote to recommend to the city council set a date to consider adoption of ordinance 23.
Right. You can pick either version.
And we're going to pick either version 2 or version 3.
Does it tell us we can pick either one? Or is that what he's proposing?
The motion, if I may offer, would be to move forward with version 3, if I read the room correctly.
And do, whichever it may be.
And then to recommend to the city council to set a date. We'll have 2 readings. Of course, this is ordinance. So you'll go the first time. They will set an official date for the hearing and the reading. So we have 6 weeks before this will go for a final vote.
Right.
Well, Mr. Chair, I would like to make that motion for this committee to recommend to the full council to consider ordinance for version 3 for consideration to approve, I guess.
If we're going to move it. Yeah.
Wait a minute, are you just saying we spend 3, or are you saying that we put it to full council?
For full council to consider 3, version 3.
Because it's got to go through the process.
And then it'll take what, 2 readings?
2 readings and.
Yeah, it'll go to city council for the first reading on next month. And then March 9th, and then it would return again in April for final review and hopefully approval. And then 5 days later, implementation.
That's my motion.
Okay. So I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Motion from Councilor Oropesa. A second from Councilor Arnold.
Draft 3, Mr. Chairman, this is clarification.
Draft 3.
I'm doing a quick look-see here.
Well,
Go ahead. Slow down the whole
I'm going to reread that whole thing and where we're headed with this thing, trying to get it right. That we move to full council or ordinance to amend the certain conditions, version 3 of the CUP and SUP.
Is that
right
for hearing?
I think that's what we nailed it. We got that.
I believe so, yes.
Advertised for hearing, okay, because
Version 3.
that's not even noted in here either.
You okay with that down there?
Yeah, I got it.
So I got a motion and a second, version 3. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Aye.
No. There being no opposition, so moved. Next item on the agenda is the housing development and construction fee. I'm not going to say the word holiday.
Right?
All right. I'm hoping the city attorney is still on the line because the version that you have in front of you was a redraft. The original version that was put together was much more of a narrative that I put together and we presented to the public. Evidently, as part of the legal review on this, it was determined that there were certain problematic sections. And so I would hope if the city attorney is still online, he can go ahead and make the presentation and give you the background and the information that you need in order to make an intelligent decision and hopefully move this forward.
Thank you, Mr. Meebers. Yeah, so Kevin did a great job kind of giving you the bird's eye view that was handed out at the last meeting. But if we were going to implement as an ordinance, we'd actually have to go through so that the group that codifies it sees every single thing that we're amending. So with that, you have 2 parts to the packet. The first is every appearance of a fee that's related to building in the Roswell Code. And you'll see that they do all sorts of things. So if you look at page 93 or page 1 of 18, it starts off with the permit and inspection fees. So these are done by the valuation of the overall building. So if we wanted to just say it'd be $1 for any permit and inspection, we would just change the numbers and put in whatever you'd like. So, moving forward, you can see that there's a multifamily permit and inspection fee calculation. If we're going to make the fees a flat rate, we no longer need the multi-permit necessarily because the fees would be significantly lower. Similarly, if we're now at the bottom of page 94 for section 622, permit and inspection fees are specified below, and these are a bunch of uniform plumbing and mechanics fees. So these are miscellaneous. They're usually quite small, but they can add up for a single house. Similarly, so you guys notice that that one goes on for about until page 97. So that's three and a half pages of different fees. At the bottom of page 97, then there's the multifamily permanent inspection fee. Again, depending on what you choose to do, section 6-23 can be entirely deleted because it would be such a cheap fee to begin with that giving a discount won't matter. Section 2228, this talks about fees established by rule or regulation of the city engineer. I didn't have those immediately at my availability, but just be aware that those fees are out there. They're done by rule or regulation. So the ordinance can simply state such fees would be waived if they need to be at all, in your opinion. So we're now to chapter 26 of the Roswell Code on page 98 of the whole packet. These are the water, sewer, and sewage disposal charges. This can be based on Kevin's calculations that he presented last month. These can be very expensive. We're talking about over $2,000 a house, depending on the size of the house. And so we charge $4 per foot assessment for park development for each foot of extension. That's 26-2 alpha. We do give a discount. And then we have cost of meter and fire lines. When I've spoke to Mr. Matthews about this, he and I believe Kevin is also in agreement that generally speaking, let me rephrase. We spoke with Lorenzo and he was saying that, overall they're only putting in maybe 25 to 30 a year of these water meters with the fire lines. So the actual hit to the water department is less than 100,000, but for builders, it could be a very significant drop, thousands of dollars in production. Moving on to 26-46, the permit required doesn't have a price, which is an interesting thing. So we probably want to clean that up one way or the other. Application fees and tap fees. Tap fees are something Mr. Meavers also discussed. Right now, I've changed it to $1 a pop based on a discussion with Councilor Corn, the proceeding ordinance. But as you can see at the kind of midway bottom of page 99, they're charged by meter size, so 25 inches, three-quarters of an inch is $250, up to $625 for 2 inches. And then finally, as we move on, just to make you aware that the zoning fees, which is something I understand the committee might be split on, these are the most recent zoning fees that the council has approved through ordinance, and they should be approved by ordinance under state law. So that is page 100. Finally, and I know it looks difficult, but in order to make codification possible, I've taken all of those fees and in a draft ordinance, section 1 is the catch-all, where we say that if there's a fee chain created by department rule or a resolution, the council's automatically making it $1. And then we go through all the fees that I've already discussed. The red line that $1 would be substituted in. I just substituted in $1 for each one so you guys can see just how much substituting out. The exception to that rule appears on page 105 at the top. And that is, I didn't change the fees if they were inspections outside of normal business hours. Similarly, if you were to look at page 108, I did not change the charges for extensions because that includes a 4-foot assessment for park development. And Chairman, I understand that that's something you wanted to consider more closely, so I didn't make any changes. The idea here is that this park assessment is pretty low, and with all the other fees that we're waiving, the city long-term does get money back. For instance, with water meters, once the water meter is connected, you might lose out on the initial money, but that water meter draws money every year as a result of being part of the system. So but parks always run at a deficit, as we are well aware. And then finally, the fee schedule is also highlighted for zoning on page 110 and 111. The last thing to note is that section 5 of the ordinance provides the sunset provision. The brackets there are intentionally left empty because the policymaker should be making the decision, not legal, obviously. If you have any questions, please let me know.
I do have a question, Mr. Mayor. I see that we have, I guess, a developer fee. I don't see that that is really listed here. I see that the charge for municipal services for making water and sewer shall be $4 per assessment foot. But we have a water fee, we have a sanitation fee, and we have a park fee. And please help me with
Now,
that.
the front footage fees, that they have been, I don't know where they're found, but the water fee is $6 or sewer fee, $6.50 a front foot.
$7.50, and
Yeah, and four.
it comes out to $21.50 or $22.50 when you combine them all.
To that effect, and that was in my notes on the original version of it, that would be, because that does, for larger lots in particular, but for everyone.
Right.
It's all proportional, because it's based on your front footage, but it does, you can look at, several hundred to several $1,000s in front footage fees. Those kind of assessments, so that's why we had proposed waiving that, because it is,
I don't see it in there.
it's not in here. No, and that's, again, where I was wondering where, if Mr. Ntema missed that, or it's just not been codified.
Yeah.
Or it was done by resolution.
It's possible I missed it, but it was not codified. The resolutions are a lot harder to search. My best guess is that it actually falls under the engineer.
Well,
that's,
it was not codified, then why did I pay him?
Again, it may have been done by resolution. That's something that Mr. Ntema and I have been discussing at length, is the vast number of things that were done by resolution as opposed to being done by ordinance. And that was another reason why even with the original one that I put in, it was, my original thought was just do a resolution. With 24 months, it would sunset, it would go away. And he came back and said, no, we need to do this by ordinance.
Right.
So and we've been making that error in judgment, and let's just say Mr. Ntema told me that error in judgment all the way up to and including the cannabis fees. Cannabis fees were done by resolution, not by ordinance. So we're going to have to revisit all of our fee structures at some point and get everything back in line. One thing that is not in here that causes me a little bit of concern, and maybe Mr. Ntema can explain, there's no distinction between residential, commercial, and industrial here. This appears to waive all fees across the board for all development.
That was not the intent of what we had originally talked about.
Correct.
In how this was going to move forward. It was never discussed about removing it for commercial purposes.
Commercial or industrial offices.
Right. This was be used to increase
housing activity across the board, citywide, whether it was one lot or an entire development.
Right.
The idea was to, and all market segments, whether it's, workforce housing or low to moderate income, all the way up to and including executive homes. But it was to give the opportunity. The idea is, again, priming the pump just a little bit to increase that activity across the board, but not leave out infill development and not leave out people going all the way down and not even leaving out the person that just wants to do an addition to their home.
Right.
If people want to reinvest in themselves, I think they should have that opportunity to take part in this.
That's for the.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, that's an easy fix. What we would do is say that this only applies to any construction within residential zones.
You got to table this thing. Councilor Norman.
Sorry. I have two thoughts on it. For me, it's actually, I love the direction of the abatement. I like this direction. I think there's
It's
a lot
not a
of.
fee holiday, it's a fee abatement.
Right.
I
So, I like the direction of it. I think that there's a lot more details that we need to kind of work out. And also I would really like to get input from finance because it's kind of, we can't actually. Because we can't actually go anywhere without actually saying, do we have money and how long do we have money and what does that look like and how many can we cover? So we can't even create a timeline without actually knowing if we can afford it, because that's kind of the problem we had with MERP, the 750. I would actually either like to ask one of two things, either we move it to finance or we actually do a workshop on it or something where we continue to work out those finite details.
Mr. Chairman and Counselor Arnold, in anticipation of that, I actually sent this document to the Finance Committee with an abstract and everything else. So it is ready to go on the next finance agenda if that's the direction you want to go.
We'll fix it here and then send it on.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could answer my co-counsel's question about the financial deal. We just recently did a mid-year review of our finances for approximately $1.2 million to finish out this fiscal year. Keep in mind, that's at the halfway point. Okay, so I don't know. I know that Mr. Matthews and our treasurer have been working diligently trying to get some movement in those funds. We have several $1 million worth of budget adjustments that's going to be in the committee next meeting. And they're not positive adjustments.
Well,
I don't,
Counselor,
yeah,
I want to get back to the point.
I understand. She asked the question.
I understand it. So the point, we will address that when you get to finance. The document needs to be prepared to get it to finance.
But I don't know that we can prepare it without knowing the numbers. How long?
We can prepare it and it can be adjusted there. And then it could be adjusted at council.
Could I also possibly make an amendment to postpone it until after the budget is complete?
I want to move this thing down the road.
Yeah, I get it. I do too.
We've been kicking it and kicking it and kicking it.
No, I
And so
completely
I'm
agree.
okay with, let's come up with a definitive list because I really don't care about waiving the fee for the installation or relocation of each boiler to include 3 horsepower. I don't care about that. I don't think we care about that. What we need to have and what we're missing is what we talked about earlier. We're missing that. We need to get a completed list so that we know what it costs. We don't know what this costs.
No.
And so I'm asking that we get a completed list so we know what the cost is going to be. We can talk about it and then you can send it to finance and let them decide whether they can afford it or not.
So are you wanting to do that all tonight?
No,
Okay, that's.
I want this list because it's missing items.
Sure. There's several things.
Mr. Meavers pointed out, it's missing that item. And you don't know what that cost is. It's just a recollection, whether it's $750 a foot or $650 a foot or whatever. But I want to move this thing down the road and just stop kicking it around. Councilor Peso.
Mr. Chair, are you suggesting that we table this?
Yep.
Okay.
We get something relatively quick done and get this list of what we're going to say. This is what we know it's going to cost because we're an idea, a range of what it's going to cost.
Well, I will make the motion to table this item until next month.
I'll second.
We'll postpone it till next month. That's where you're going to do it.
Or postpone.
Mr. Mitchell, would you like to say something?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. Can Mr. Nkema assure us that this is legal? Like, go on record saying this is legal?
Mr. Chair, I've spoken with a couple of different people I got a lot of respect for. And yes, as long as it's blanket fee abatement, we have no issues.
We should not be going down that fight again. I want to get this thing moving.
I've had issues in the past.
I want to get this thing moving down the road so people can get and invest.
And I just want to go on record saying we're legal, because I don't want to go 6 months from now and find out, oh, this thing doesn't work either.
That's where we're vetting it. I don't think you were vetted prior to.
We'll have that discussion next.
Hmm?
We'll have that discussion next.
Yeah. So, okay, so I have a motion and a second. And how long do you want to postpone it for?
Next month, it would be,
Mr. Intema will have to assist me with it, but I am willing to dedicate the time to get it back to next month. Like,
Who's Mr. Antenna?
huh?
Yes.
Yes, Intema.
It's
Intema.
Itema. Yes.
that's like I'm gonna call him Hess.
Who's Antenna?
I don't believe the city attorney.
Motion is to move that to the next
of his name.
legal committee meeting. I have a motion and I have a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. There being none, item.
Mr.
So moved.
Chairman, just a footnote, if
Yes.
I could. I think that this is all intended for residential. Need to make sure it's all residential.
That's correct. Because that's part of the problem.
Yep.
So, next item on the agenda. Item number 12, which is consider approval of adoption of proposed resolution 2276 to provide for partial reimbursement. This was what was left on our table last time.
And on the table for a while.
And didn't get moved out of this committee.
Yes. Again, we're bringing this back to you for additional input, direction, testimony, so that we can try to resolve it. It was, the item was placed back on the agenda by the city attorney. I'm just going to go ahead and make the presentation and move forward from there. With the action we're requesting is to take additional testimony from stakeholders, then discuss and provide staff with additional direction related to the adoption of the resolution to reauthorize and provide the initial funding. Previous action, of course, October 26th of 21, City Council approved the MERP ordinance. Next slide, please. We'll go ahead. I think everybody understands the purpose of the program and why we're trying to accomplish that, and the basic program highlights. Next slide. How it was originally intended to be dispersed, and then next slide. And then, of course, staff recommendation for tonight is to take additional testimony from stakeholders, then discuss and provide staff with additional direction related to the adoption of Resolution 2276, again, to reauthorize the MERP program.
Okay. Any discussions?
I have questions.
Councilor Arnold.
I have a question. I do find, I kind of have a assumption of where you did come up with that 750,000. I think it was partially due to math of what was kind of being proposed. Did you actually take it to finance or have a discussion with Juan on if we could afford the 750,000? Because that's what's before us right now. Is because it's unless we fund it, it then goes into, it lapses, correct?
Again, we are so late in the fiscal year at this point. Okay, my assumption is if this item moves forward, it is going to become funding for fiscal year 24. And at that point, we will provide additional calculations. But no, with respect to how this should work for the funding mechanism, I don't believe the funding has ever been to finance because it's never gotten out of this committee.
No, I'm talking about when you did it. So like when you first initially proposed it to us, did it go to finance? Because you just threw a number.
No, it's never been to finance.
Councilor, started out at $2 million.
Oh.
Yeah, it was originally the MAC back a year ago almost. Now, the original funding was all based on the assumption that it was going to generate a certain level of activity. Yeah. And looking at what was needed versus what was required. Of course, this was before interest rates went up and a lot of other things too. And we've slowly been backing it down. Right now, what you have before you, the 750,000 is based on We have three developers interested in the program right now. We assumed there would be a fourth. Okay. And then we also have some multifamily stuff that could take advantage that they would. So it was brought down to a level of the projects that we actually thought could get going at the time and then would be moving.
Was not meant for that. So I'm having trouble with you calling it reauthorization because it's already been authorized. It's already been a resolution that was passed. And I'm trying to understand why you call it a reauthorization, because we've heard the conflicts that are there that match up with the state that says this is something you can't do.
Right.
So, yeah, I think we've already, I'm trying to understand why we even have it before us today.
Again, this is.
It's because it never left here, is that why?
It's never left here, and we have, as to use a term that you've used, we've kicked this down the road.
Right.
Staff, I believe, assumed that with the fee ordinance on the table and had it moved out of committee, that you would want to discuss the actual MERP again as a follow-up, make some decisions about what we were going to do with that program and then move it forward. Something as simple as yes, verbiage changes and things like that. Provide that to me, we will change those things. If we get additional testimony tonight that changes people's minds about whether or not to even keep the MERP in place, then we will want to get some direction on how to bring it back next month with appropriate language that will allow for potential implementation. Or whatever the committee's desire is, that's what we're here for tonight. Give us some direction of what to do with this.
Councilor Corn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know why a funding request is in this committee.
I don't either.
It needs to be in finance. Number two is that I've read just recently 2 more legal opinions about the MRF, and I don't agree with one that said it's legal. I looked at it. I don't believe the assumptions are correct. That's my opinion. But as the learned counsel has already said, the judge is the one that makes the final decision. And I don't see any language anywhere trying to bring this into some kind of compliance. I've got 4 different attorneys that have looked at this. We got reprinted memo from the Municipal League, and they raised some questions about its legality. And we haven't addressed the legality. All we ever do is talk about the money.
Right.
We cannot give money to individuals in the state of New Mexico. It's contrary to the Constitution. You cannot donate money to individuals, and you cannot, or individuals or companies, because companies are considered individual in the eyes of the law. So for the life of me, I don't know why this sucker keeps coming up and you're just asking for money and you're in the wrong committee.
Mr. Chairman, Councilor Corn, I believe you've answered your own question as why it keeps coming back to legal committee, because the ongoing debate has been its legality. That's why staff is asking for direction. If we need to go revisit the original MERP resolution, then we need some direction. Should we go back and revisit it? Should we go back and develop a secondary resolution that strikes it completely? Again, I'm not legal counsel. I'm looking for direction from legal, from this committee. And if the direction is we've determined that this thing isn't going to work or is going to work with these tweaks, okay, that's what we're looking for right now, is for this committee to make a decision one way or another. Right now, we've been, as you know, we're kicking the can down the road, debating this over and over. That's why it's never left legal to go to finance.
Well, it doesn't say in here anywhere that it's supposed to go unless we send it.
Right.
Unlike 2 of the other proposals we've already voted on said send it to finance. So I guess that's a big part of my confusion. But I've looked at this. I've looked at it now since I've been in office. And for the life of me, I can't figure out a legal way that MRF is going to ever work. So, Counselor, are you still on the phone? Mr. Entema?
Yes, sir.
I want a proposal to repeal MRF. Whatever you get back.
Counselor Corn, I don't mean to disagree with you. My position is that you guys, if you guys don't approve it, then there is no program anymore, because the resolution that was passed in 2021 only adopts the program for the fiscal year 2022.
Well, that's fine, but it keeps coming up. I'm tired of talking about this thing. So we'll discuss it when you get back, but I'm just tired of it. This has consumed a lot of our time. This particular document that I'm looking at is in the wrong committee. And I'm sorry, I'm just not, I'm tired of this. There's other ways that we're thinking about to try to encourage growth in our community. And I think it has the possibility of getting legs and moving. But we're going to have to work on it for a while too.
So, Councilor Corn, procedurally, I would then recommend a motion to postpone indefinitely.
Just,
Counselor Arnold.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to postpone indefinitely the municipal infrastructure reimbursement program, resolution 22-76.
Postpone indefinitely.
What you said.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Commissioner.
I'm gonna give my spiel one more time because I know what's about to happen. And this has been a big point of contention since the day you got here. And we partnered with City of Rock. My corporation partnered with City of Rock on behalf of City of Rock, putting this in motion. And we helped up our part of the bargain. I went out there and I bought that land. I spent $5 million on it to date. I went to the city, this gentleman right here drew my plans. The city engineering office ran sewer line out there prior to me buying that land and said, oh yeah, here you go, it's good to go. We got out there to use it. The pipe was undersized and it was in the wrong place and I had to rebuild $800,000 worth of sewer. The city went out and added XL cell lanes on Country Club. All this based on the premise, hey, you're getting this money out of the MERP, you can afford it. Well, now we're not getting the money out of the MERP. So that ain't going away. I've already built the sewer. We're gonna have to build the turn lanes. When the city adopted this, we all agreed to do it. And then and now, no one said this is illegal. They said, oh, we have issues. You said it. You're not a lawyer.
All right.
Nobody has stated that it's illegal. They have said, we have concerns with it. We have issues with it. Nobody has stated it's illegal. And I know that for a fact.
Well, I'll say it again. It's illegal.
Well, you don't know that. That is your opinion. It is not fact.
Well,
I have an attorney's opinion and he's on here tonight. And I guarantee you, when we're sitting in court, we'll be talking about this.
okay, well.
Because that's where we're headed, folks, for a shitload of money.
Excuse me, sir, please.
Yeah, well,
I know you're heated, but please.
I'm fixing to get real heated in a minute. But you should have kept that cop in here.
Well, I'm back. You think I need him?
It might be worth a call. We partnered with the city. And it was a willing partnership on both parties. You guys didn't, I ain't saying it was you guys, but you're the city now. City ain't holding up on their hand. So anyway, I've got a whole bunch here to talk about, but the bottom line is we were expecting to get $9 million for them 900 lots up there. We're not getting that. That will be part of this lawsuit. The interest that we're paying at 9% on $5 million will be part of this lawsuit. And losing these builders and losing all this infrastructure and everything, that'll be part of this lawsuit. And I would negotiate with the city to get something done on your fee holiday. And I would like to see a TID or a PID, but I've got 270 lots up there that are approved today. So if you kill this and we get a fee holiday for 18 months, it doesn't help this deal at all. I mean, we ain't gonna build enough houses in 18 months to even make that worth our time. And we spent so much money in upfront development costs doing flood studies for the city and doing, I spent $1 million in engineering out there that we can't utilize today. So, like I say, maybe we need to have a closed door meeting with the mayor or something and come up with a solution to this. But I need to be made whole on those 270 lots and the rest of that property. If it requires an SAD or a PID or a TID to do that, that's what we need to do. If not, we're going to go down a real long, lengthy lawsuit. And I hate threatening people. I'm not threatening you guys. I'm just telling you where we're headed. I'm backed into a corner here. And I got the team. We've been paying them. I ain't dragging him down here for fun because I like hanging out with him. So you guys make your decision and we'll just go from there. But that's where we're at. I don't know what else to tell you.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second to postpone.
Definitely.
Endeavor. And hopefully get this result ASAP, which that's my goal.
Yeah.
To get this done. But that's the motion.
This is Arlen Crow. May I interject really quick? And I don't mean to postpone your vote. I just want to add some information that I don't know if it'd necessarily be helpful for your decision today to postpone indefinitely, but I do want to just throw out a certain, I don't know, legal issue that seems to be bantered about, this anti-donation clause issue. I don't think it's fair to say it's illegal. I don't think there's an attorney that's presented, at least the ones that I've seen, that have provided enough information to show the quote illegality of the MERP under the anti-donation clause. I've not seen it. Certainly if somebody can show me something like that, I'd be more than willing to present, to accept that fact. But what I have seen thus far with regards to the anti-donation clause in the MERP doesn't support a finding or even the argument at this point by any city councilors that this is quote illegal. And I do agree with my client. That's an opinion. That's an opinion that I don't think is well-founded on the facts or the law at this point. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I'll leave you to making your determination at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You know, the fact is it's unjust enrichment for the city for what they've done. In my opinion, they've duped us into coming in here and building this. And you guys know, I spent enough money out there, I can't back out of that deal. I got to finish it. We've already spent the money. And it's unrich. When we're standing in the courtroom, that's what this is going to be.
Okay. Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I would actually like to ask have you checked on that anti-donation clause and what opinions have you received?
Mr. Chair, Madam Councilor, the opinion of the informal opinion of the State Ethics Commission is that this would violate the anti-donation clause as presented. When we spoke council with the Municipal League on multiple occasions with their general counsel and their former general counsel, they both said that there are procurement issues, or if it's an anti-donation issue if we don't make a procurement, and they don't see how the procurement can be made lawfully. I don't disagree with, the positions are all distinct, but in harmony. Mr. Crow's position is well taken, but like, if the Ethics Commission writes a letter saying it's an anti-donation issue, I've got to roll with their opinion. There's just, I can't tell you otherwise would be malpractice.
Thank you.
Further questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There being no opposition, so moved to table the item.
Postpone it indefinitely.
Postpone.
Postpone indefinitely.
Shame on you.
What's that?
People that are on the P and Z, whether there's conflict of interest.
You ready for the next item?
Next item.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I've got some amendments to propose for item.
Let me announce the next item, please.
Okay, thank you.
Next item is item 13, which is an ordinance 23 for the administrative code, recommending to authorize to advertise for public hearing to consider adopting ordinance 23, amending chapter 2 of the Roswell City Code. Counselor, you want to take the floor? I will give you the floor.
Okay, I got it. Okay, Mr. Chairman, I was working on an older version of this. I hope they're the same. That's all I'm going to say about that. But I believe my amendments start on page 4 of 12. I'll look quickly and see. And some of this is just minor stuff.
Doesn't matter whether it's major or minor. There's no.
But it says that on page 121, big number on the bottom. Try to work with two documents here, which is going to be.
What page in the document?
121.
120, thank you.
Or page 6 of 12, whatever.
121. Okay.
Okay. It lists, starting on line 5, independent offices apart from city departments. These officers are it lists the clerk, office of the treasurer, finance, police chief, and office of the attorney general. What's missing there is the city manager. I think that's a pretty important job.
I think so.
So my suggestion is,
There should be independent office apart from city department. Because I don't think this was one I had looked at, but it is what it is now.
Yeah, all right. Well, I'll catch us up.
Councilor Corn, I'm happy to include that. The reason is that the city manager is the position that controls the departments. The reason the offices are created is that they're apart from the manager.
I understand that, but why, we're talking about appointed officers and the top dog is not listed here.
Isn't he under B?
Yes, section B.
It's under B. Does that
Yes.
satisfy you if you go to B?
Well, but they're not consistent. A and B are not consistent, Mr. Chairman, in my opinion.
So I have a quick question. Is there a red line copy somewhere? Because I don't have one, and there was not one in the packet.
No,
No one does them.
there was never an original document that was sent, and this is the document that was prepared.
That's why I made my point about red line documents.
So that was my note down here was, I mean, A and B, I don't know if you need both of them. Maybe you do. Maybe you could just strike all this, these officers are from page, after the period, just strike that and then just go to B. Because they're all listed there. I don't know.
So you're saying B becomes A?
No, I'm saying there, under the creation of appointed officers, there shall be an independent offices apart from city departments, period.
Right.
And then you go to B.
Gotcha.
Where it talks about the appointed officers.
Correct.
I mean, you guys chime in.
But take the word
I
city.
want to get this done. This is another one I'm tired of talking about.
We've talked about it, not in this committee, but in draft form, period.
Okay. So will that work with everybody if we just do that little change?
That works for me.
Counselor?
Yes, sir. So if I'm understanding, after the first period, we're going to delete the rest.
Of
A. Line, so, yeah.
Okay, because you covered all in B.
Yes,
Correct.
yes.
So, and then C stays the same. All right, everybody's okay with that one.
Correct.
I'll help the clerk get caught up here a little bit. And then I got to find this stuff because my pages are not. Also, every place where it refers to he in this document, I would personally prefer he, she, or she, he, whatever order you want to put it in. And that's just a drafting deal, and there's several of those in there. I'm not going to go
It's
through
not
that.
consistent.
Or his, make it his, her.
Yes, sir.
Then you get down to qualifications of the treasurer.
Which is on 25.
25, is that what it is?
It's at the very top.
Okay. My proposal would be,
Strike CPA.
yes, strike on line 4. Actually, you have to start up on line 3 after the comma. Be a CPA. And then this is something on my part that I would like to include in here. And Mr. Chairman, you can attest to this. Or after the, on line 5, previous work experience in accounting, says 10 years of previous work experience. I would like to put another little piece in there for 6 years in government accounting experience.
Either or.
Either or. Because as you know, government accounting is different than.
Absolutely. Totally different then.
Because you can.
You also have 10 years of work in accounting, finance, or related, comma, not or, take out the word a related field, or, that word or, and or should go after related field.
So I think it ought to go previous work.
You'll have 10 years.
Or it needs the.
You're trying to get the government in there.
If I can offer, it would read, the treasurer/finance officer shall have 6 years in government accounting experience or 10 years of previous work experience.
There you go.
That'll work.
That'll work.
That'll work.
I was trying to do it the other way around.
Yeah.
But that's a cleaner way to do it.
Okay. So.
You have any other?
Just that he, she thing. Let me look through here.
6 years.
He, she.
Or 10 years.
Oh, wait a minute. I got one back further. Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I got out of sync here.
Oh, my goodness.
Let me find it here. Let's see. 254. And this might, I don't know, our attorney may complain a little bit, but back on page 121, and I'm sorry because it's not the same page. It's in my documents, I've scratched it out. Where it says C. 4C, above that, on line 11, says all appointed officer must coordinate. I think an S needs to be put in there for officers.
Plural.
And
Yes.
plural.
That's correct.
Because we did plural on the end of the sentence, We need to do it in the body of the sentence, in my opinion.
When you did it at the very end of the sentence. You did it at the very end with other appointed officers.
Yeah, that's what I say. He did it at the end, but he didn't put it in the body of the sentence. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm done.
Any further?
Yes, Mr. Chair, committee members, and I know there was a previous version I made comments on, and I just kind of wanted to kind of go over some of the items here listed, and I'm going to pass out some documents that just talks about some of the comments or questions that I'll be making. And I think some of them are already, I answered based on the information that I looked up, but there might be some questions later on that I wanted to kind of just bring to you all's attention, just share with you all. Because as I mentioned, I believe on the first time, this is an amendment that obviously management will be looking at and seeing how we implement it. The first I want to just bring to your attention is under page 121, the paragraph section 253 that we were talking about. And when I spoke the last time, I talked about the organizational. And so what I wanted to present with you all, what you have in front of you is the New Mexico Municipal League, all of the municipalities that are listed there. At the top is the mayor council form of government. In the middle, you have the mayor council with manager, and then of course the commission manager at the bottom. In green are those municipalities that I highlighted as city managers. So I wanted to kind of just, because I made the comment about the section 253 changes the structure. And the comment that I made is I'm not used to seeing that in other municipalities where these offices are at the same level as the city manager. And behind that document, you have communities like Bloomfield, Lunas, Farmington, Rio Rancho, and Ruidoso. And as you can see there, the organizational charts, some of the communities, the way they address the tie-in between the statutory responsibilities of these offices and those that are from the employees is that they do like a dotted line. And they say, well, those are the responsibilities, and they recognize the role, the statutory role versus the other role of the administrative duties. And that's what you see in these examples here. So I just wanted to kind of bring that to you, just to kind of let you know, I mean, those are some of the structures that exist out there. However, what I want to also point out to you is when you look at the other document that I'm presenting to you all, here is from the state statutes 314.4. And I want to kind of give you, just if you look at the second page under the annotations, one of the things that under the state statutes, they have already incorporated the attorney opinion, general opinion 2222. As you can see at the very top, in bold letters says, the city manager does not have the authority to supervise, employ, or discharge other appointed municipal officers. So then the question becomes, as like I addressed it prior to this opinion, that was my experience from looking at all these structures. But now with this opinion out there, and again, as a member of the City Managers Association, then how does that affect these organizations now? Because the opinion now is that the city manager does not have any authority. And then you look at so that will have some implications on all of these other organizations. And it is something that probably the Municipal League will be visiting with the City Managers Association, all those, because it does have implications. Because in the past, prior to this opinion, as you can see in some of the organizational charts, they were addressing the statutory authority with their other responsibilities by designating, okay, this dotted line designates that authority, these others. And I say that because it affects not just Roswell, it affects other communities. So I just wanted to kind of point that out to you. That's on that one. So it was mainly a common observation of what's out there and what probably needs a little bit further work, not from the city side, from the Municipal League side, because it affects fellow managers and other communities that have a similar structure. The other comment is if you go on page 123 under section 281B,
81, which, I'm sorry.
281D on page 123. It starts on line 6. So the paragraph reads, "The manager shall consult with other appointed officers when taking any employment action such as hiring, promoting, demoting, disciplining, discharging against employees that are part of the administrative service in the respective offices." The initial question I had was, what does that mean? Because sometimes when things are not clear, you go back and look at the record. You go back and look at the minutes, you go back and look at the agenda packets, what was actually presented, what was the intent? Or you look at the recordings. So it says as part of the administrative service, if you look at the same 314.4, you go back to this reference document under annotation, and on the middle part of it, it says employees. It says employees in administrative service may be properly defined to include all city employees in non-exempt status and to specifically exclude all appointed officers of the city. And that's an opinion from the Attorney General back in 1987. So the reason why I bring that, because under that section D, that means that the city manager, if the definition of administrative service is what's intended there, then that means that any employee that the city manager is going to, for example, if there's a disciplinary action, goes through the process, then the manager is going to have to consult with all of the appointed officers. And right now, there is a board that is created. And that's what usually hears those disciplinary actions. And then whatever the determination is forwarded to the manager. And I believe now Mike is the one that designates the disciplinary board. And then a determination is made and then it comes back whether you accept but the way it's written, so the question becomes, does then under section D, are you taking all city employees then non-exempt? Let's say a sanitation worker, a water employee, an office employee, that now if there's some disciplinary action, it's going to have to go through all 5. The manager will have to consult with all 5 appointed officers. And that could tie the manager's hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, Juan, it's their respective offices. So if it's a department, the officers have nothing to do with it. So by way of example, if there needed to be discipline up to termination in the city attorney's office, the manager has to do it, but he has to chat with them about it.
Exactly. And again, so that's why I bring that up just for clarification. So that answers that question. Under section E. Okay. Section E, what I wanted to kind of bring that up because I wasn't at the workshop, and I know when this was presented under section E, it starts with the principal unit under the city's executive branch is a department headed by a director who shall be appointed by the manager with the consent of the governing body and who shall serve at his pleasure. I know this paragraph was different from the previous time that I commented on. So I know that when this was presented, the city attorney pointed out to Article 914A1 as the definition, and that's the other document that you have in front of you. So this document is actually from the state statute, and that's Article 1 under executive reorganization. So as you can see there, and I know the city attorney took the A1, and it's pretty much verbatim with changing the word secretary to manager and adding a little bit of added language on what's in front of you. But that's where it came from. But that's not the definition of department. Because when you look at this structure and you look at the next page under chapter 9, the state statute treats the state by different departments. So chapter 9 at the state statute lists all of the departments. For example, Article 2A has the Children, Youth, and Families Department. So when you dive into that department, and that's what you see at the bottom, you see definition. And you see definition as used in Children, Youth, and Family Department Act. Department means the children, secretary means the secretary. So within the state statute, it defines each of the departments. And I believe one of the questions that was asked the last time is, when we talk about directors of departments, who are we talking about? And I think the intent here was to say it's the directors, the department. So I provided another example in the following page of the Energy, Minerals, and Natural Resources Department, because they define it in different ways, but it's still defined within that section of the department. So the question then becomes is, when you turn it to the last page, in our website, we list all of the departments, which, as you can see there, all the way from the top, from the Air Center, all the way down to the library. It didn't capture all of them in this snapshot. But if the intent of this section is to say, yes, these are the directors of these departments, then I guess that would be the answer. Then yes, it's the directors of these departments that are listed here. Again, because the state statute, which we borrowed that section, defines it a little bit more detailed individually by individual subchapters. And that's what you have in front of you. But in our case, we're just saying departments, but if that's what we're meaning in this section, then okay, well then that answers that question. And again, just for clarification, so that's that piece there. The last piece, Mr. Chair and councilors, just for clarification and because it does have potential implications for directors and for employment, the section that states, obviously, that the manager shall appoint with the consent of the governing body. So then the question becomes, because the language in the previous version was a little bit different, are the existing directors grandfathered in? So does that mean we're in the process of hiring a new city manager? So if a new city manager comes in, is the intent that for the city manager to submit the names of the directors before the governing body for appointment? The previous version made it seem like that was the process. This version doesn't seem very clear on that process. And depending on the answer, if the answer is yes, then there may be some implications. Well, then if the answer is yes, that is the intent, then does it happen only once when they are initially hired? Or does it happen every time there's a reorganization, which was in the previous version of this section? And other question would be then, if the answer is yes, then it appears that they need that category of employees may be treated differently than other categories of employees, which is perceived to be unfair and unequal. And by that, I mean, those employees that are protected have due process. Those employees that have contracts have a severance clause. These employees, if the intent of these employees is to say the manager will appoint, subject to approval by the governing body, but if the governing body says no, then what is the employee left with? And I bring that to your attention because we do have some directors. Obviously, we have some that have relocated. Some people may have, it is their livelihood. And in the case of the contract, they do at least have some sort of recourse, some sort of compensation. Whereas the way this is written and the way it was written in the prior version, they don't have any. So in a way, it's treated differently. And that is a concern if we're talking about trying to be fair and equal with the employment conditions, that the way it's written, if that is the intent, then I'm wondering, is that the intent? And I just add, those are just questions that pop to mind.
No, I think it's a very good question. That one there in particular is a very good question. That what's the intent of this document, and whether, in meeting with the prior city manager, you came through a lot of these issues here, trying to get down to where we're at. And that issue was never spoke about. And thank you for bringing that to our attention, because I don't think the intent was to treat those people as different. They're to be merit employees. I believe that's what the whole intent of that was to they come under the merit system. Right. And these appointed officials, they're not. And so all other employees were to be merit employees and giving their due rights under the merit system. That's what that was originally meant to be.
May I chime in quickly?
Yes.
So Juan, to answer some of the questions, so the legislation is not retroactive. So unless a new manager comes in, nobody has to go in front of the council again because they already exist. Typically, civil legislation that's retroactive has to explicitly say as much. Next part of the question, Direct level individuals are already at will under the personnel plan. And further, a number of other people, professionals in particular, I think attorneys, the merit system ordinance are required by law to be at will. Now, when it comes to the manager hiring people and the council appointing, everybody is free to contract as always, or they can fall under to a payment rubric that the council will otherwise provide. That's simply something that the manager has to figure out in conjunction with the council as budgets are appropriate.
Toss up in my mind. So, okay.
Anybody have some specific language that they proposed?
And, for
For that issue right there, what you're talking about.
You got some specific language for us to consider?
Yeah.
Are we talking about the directors?
Yeah.
Page 123, your
What is, right now?
manager may create or recognize as departments as necessary. Appointed by the manager with the consent of the governing body, director. So, yeah, I guess Councilor Ford saying we're looking for some language. Councilor Orpesa?
Can I ask a question? When we went over this, I was under the understanding that this policy was to deal with appointed elections only. That the city manager would still have the ability to hire everybody else with the exception of the appointed officials, or not officials, but positions. So I didn't interpret this policy to mean that if a city manager comes in, for instance, and wants to hire somebody other than, let's say, the water department, for instance, it was my understanding that that person would be hired by the city manager, period, and that he wouldn't have to come to the city council to get approval for the department head. The only approval that the council and the mayor would have to do is for those, I think it's 5 or 6 positions. And nothing to deal with other department heads whatsoever.
Mr. Chair and Councilor Lopez, but the language that is before you is exactly calls for that, for the manager to submit the name of that appointment before the governing body for approval. And that's why it says, who shall be appointed by the manager with the consent of the governing body.
Yeah.
So it will require the manager to submit it to the governing.
Yes.
Okay.
That's never been.
Well, maybe we need to revisit that one and change it.
Ma'am, may I offer a suggestion? You can clean that language up in there pretty easy.
Okay.
The principal unit under the city's executive branch is a department headed by a director who shall be appointed by the city manager, period.
I got another
Or do you have a
solution.
different solution?
My solution is, and I'm thinking on the fly, which is always dangerous, just strike out line 10 all the way down to the period in line 12, and just say that the manager may create or reorganize the city's departments as necessary with the consent of the governing body.
Directors will be.
And directors will be employed through the manager. I think that's okay.
That'll clean it up too.
Yeah.
I think that's fine. So we're going to amend this to strike
All the way to 12.
lines 10, 11, and stop on line 12.
At the period after the word pleasure.
Yes.
That'll do pretty good every once in a while.
Yeah, I was just going to stop at the top, but you got something different, so that's okay.
Either way, tomato, tomato. So either way, tomato, tomato.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you think that handles that?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Yes, ma'am.
So I just have a quick question as to, so on the last version, I believe at the last legal committee, as far as the deputy clerks under that reflected the deputy city manager. And of course, the verbiage was a little bit different, as well as the deputy city attorney. But now looking at this version, today, the deputy is the only one being appointed than the other two. And so I'm just curious as to why
What?
that was changed.
Okay. Let me look.
Counselor, to address that, the state law requires that any deputy with the signature authority of their principal be appointed.
Okay, so just for the clerk. Yes.
The clerk?
Yeah,
the
with the
treasurer?
exception of the clerk. Clerk doesn't have to, the clerk's employees who are deputy clerks may stay part of the merit system.
Well, it falls, correct me if I'm wrong, you also have to do the same procedure for the deputy city attorney because they just serve as the, in absence of the attorney, in the same way with the assistant clerk, deputy clerk, you have to follow the same procedure because if somebody gets sick and they're gone for an extended period of time, they've got to fall under the same rules as their boss, so to speak. And the city manager and the deputy city manager all has to track the same too. Because if, just like we've got now, city manager resigned, we had to appoint Mike as the interim. And so, but in the meantime, between when he resigned and we appointed Mike, there's business happens in that potentially 30-day period of time. So if we've already gone through the vetting process for the clerk, the assistant clerk, manager, the assistant manager, the attorney, the assistant attorney, then you don't violate any state statutes and question of authority to be able to sign documents. That's the main thing the clerk does, is sign documents and keeps records in some kind of order. God bless you girls that take care of all that for us, because I can't do it.
I guess my only thing was the verbiage as far as, I understand where you're coming from and your point, but the deputy clerk, it says shall appoint and does not say shall appoint, and the city manager, the deputy city manager or the deputy.
Well, let's look.
And so that was just my only concern. If it's
Let's look at it.
across the board.
Yeah, it's neat stuff. City manager.
Deputy city manager, is that what you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
It says the deputy city manager shall be recommended by the manager through the mayor's nomination for approval by the governing body.
That's consistent language, I think.
But see, under deputy clerk, I think her concern is the mayor and the city council shall appoint. She's saying how come,
Okay.
how
Should be
come
the same
only?
language.
Yeah, it should be the same language.
Yes, and that was just my.
I don't want to look for the deputy clerk. I'd rather the clerk, because if you got a deputy that can't work with the boss, then what have you done? Oh, chaos. And so I apologize, I didn't catch that. I've been through this thing too many times.
I think the language under deputy city manager could just push over to deputy clerk.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Mr. Fuentes?
Yes, Mr. Chair, councilors, I think in reading that, I share one of the concerns is because previously the clerk who gets appointed, usually ends up appointing or hiring a deputy clerk. But they're hired as the deputy clerk. The way it's written here, then if they hire somebody else, do they hire them first as assistant clerks? Then the council appoints them as deputy clerks, because what happens if the council decides to appoint somebody else as deputy clerk?
Well,
does that mean that she still is? Do you see where I'm going?
We've already agreed with you.
But that.
Yeah, we're already there.
That can happen anyway.
Yeah.
So I think that we need
That's
to.
conditional hire.
Yeah, I think we need to make the language
A little cleaner.
that's contained in.
2.82.
Yeah, on page 23, big numbers on the bottom. to
I want to point out,
82.
Mr. Chair, I do want to point out that the language for the manager was added in last session with particularity. And
I understand.
okay, so we want to make it for everybody that the appointed official shall will recommend somebody to the mayor for appointment.
But you're consistent. I looked at the deputy city attorney. Let me look again here real quick.
So I'm just making sure I understand that you want the manager language to be the same for all other
It would
officers.
match.
Deputy city manager.
You do it under deputy treasurer council.
Right.
The treasurer and assigned by the treasurer, the deputy treasurer shall be recommended by the treasurer through the mayor's nomination, approval of the governing body. That's consistent. I mean, the verbiage has to be changed because the office is different. I get that.
No, yeah, I'm
the
just making
office
sure I
of the treasurer-
understand what you guys want. That's all.
Okay.
No.
And it also says under the auditor, officer of the treasurer shall have an auditor. The auditor shall be appointed by the mayor for approval of the governing body. And then that person works under the treasurer's office. I mean, it's fairly
Basically,
consistent.
the deputy city manager, the deputy city attorney, all of them kind of have the same consistent language. It's the deputy clerk that's off and they're all nominated by or approved by the mayor, correct? Is that, because that's what the manager approved the mayor's nomination for approval by the governing body. So every deputy has to be approved as well.
Yes,
And so it's just different language than the one that's under deputy clerk.
right.
Okay.
And the reason, and council, the reason for that is that literally everybody in the clerk's office could be deputy clerk.
Well, that's true too.
That's why the clerk has special language, because there's every deputy clerk is being envisioned here as merit system protection.
Well, we got
Yeah, but
somebody
if
who
you
works
want
in
to
the
change, let
office.
me
She's
know.
asking for this clarification, so. I mean, and you
There's-
also reference, and I don't have a copy of it,
State statute.
312.4. 312.4. I mean, I look for consistency in all of this stuff as much as I can control.
Yeah.
And I think what we do for one, I mean, the important positions are the clerk. You got to have the clerk first up so she can sign the documents, even if it's just the mayor's signature. Some documents require the city manager and the clerk, but it's always the clerk. And it's not an official document till it's endorsed, sealed, and filed by the clerk. And I think we probably ought to make it consistent with the other officers that we're discussing here. Now, I may be all wet. You guys throw something at me
If
if I'm
that's what
all
you guys
wet.
want, the edits will go in.
I'm sorry.
So if that's what you
If
want.
that is
then
what you guys want, I'm more than happy to do it.
Well, it doesn't
Follow state statute.
fly. You've got NMSA 3-12-4. I don't have a copy of that in front of me, so I don't know what it really says.
Councilor Bishop.
Mr. Mayor, it seems to me like we're expanding the 5 positions that were supposed to be by the council and the mayor. Because now you're talking about a deputy person underneath almost every single, which in my opinion is taking away the ability of the city manager to hire like an assistant city manager, to hire an assistant city attorney and so forth and so on. But this particular language is extending that says that the council or the mayor has to recommend with the approval of the city manager, that name's going to come before the council.
Doesn't need to.
And the council is the one that's going to determine And I think that's what Juan was saying a while ago, that you're actually taking away the power of the city manager to hire and fire because you extended to 5 different individuals that will be considered deputies.
Well, but, and my thought process on it is that the reason why you have deputies is for some unforeseen circumstances, the officer proper is no longer performing their duties. Maybe a month, you got cancer or something, maybe 6 months, for instance, and you got to have a person there that's duly appointed to continue on the duties with that office.
Yeah, and I can understand the clerk, the clerk position and
You got the same thing with the treasurer. You got the same thing with the city manager.
So the next question is going to be, are they going to be considered appointees?
Yes.
They still have but they have merit, right? They're all merit.
They're all under contract. My view.
Including
It's not the intent of what this document is to do.
For deputies?
Well, we're talking about, instead of 5, we're now talking about 10.
Yeah.
But all the rest of the employees, whoever's in charge of the waste or water or roads or all that, still under the purview of the manager. So don't.
Because that changes the policy.
Right.
Well, because it no longer applies to the 5 positions that are recommended by the mayor. Now we're talking about 10 positions. And the deputies, from what I understand, the city manager is going to make a recommendation to the mayor, which in turn is going to make a recommendation to the council, then the council will determine whether that deputy is hired or not.
Well, I mean, we've got to change present policy because we've got a letter from the AG that says that we're not compliant with state law, basically. There's a whole lot of verbiage in that deal. I don't have that with me. I've got it because I've had it out several times working through this.
But I guess my question would be, does the verbiage include the deputies?
I don't believe the intent was to get compliant with the state statute.
Of the 5 individuals.
5 individuals and not dive down into appointing the deputies approved. That was never the intent to do that.
Simple. Those aren't on there. So, yeah.
Then you run into.
And there needs to be another mechanism or how.
Mr. Chair, may I?
Yes.
So that state statute is, again, if the positions aren't appointed, it would contradict the purpose of the statute to have them exercising the power of an appointed officer.
That's where you get into the trouble, because if you've got
And
Mike
just to
out.
put it in perspective, we're talking about 10 people in an organization of 700.
Yeah.
I guess my next question is, are the deputies contractual employees as opposed to the first 5?
That's the way I always understood it, was that the deputies were merit.
I mean, I haven't seen the contracts.
Well, I would imagine they would be pretty similar to all the five that have signed contracts.
They have to be very close, yes.
Yes, sir.
It might be worth just following up with the municipal league. And the reason why I provided those communities there is because we're not alone. I mean, like I illustrated, every community out there has a similar structure. And, before the new opinion from the Attorney General, everybody was following what they believe met the statutory requirements.
Juan, that's simply incorrect.
Well, if I may finish, so I think if visiting with the municipal league, because if deputy clerks now have to be part of the appointment, it will be worth, just because the guidance from the league to all of these other communities will be helpful to them as well. I mean, that's just my suggestion, that's all.
Mr. Antoine?
I'm sorry, it's Mr. First, Juan, we've been doing this for months and you haven't emailed me a thing. So please have professional in the future if you want to chat. Second, to repeat, none of the clerks have to be outside of the merit system if they're deputies. Finally, Mr. Fuentes, Farmington, for example, has the structure that I'm proposing. Most of this is drawn from Farmington. All appointed officers there can only be removed by the city council. This is nothing new.
Well,
Again, Councilman, sorry, I'm a little frustrated, but I'm always happy to draft it as you guys would like to see it. So just please let me know and I will do it.
Yeah, I think it was the first shot was that we were just going to address the 5 appointed offices. And I see that, you've taken it to where it probably needs to be compliant.
That was our initial part, was the first 5, but then we kind of started going, okay, but what if something happens to your,
You don't have a deputy.
then you don't have a deputy, and if they're not appointed,
They can't fulfill the requirement.
correct. So that's kind of where we were looking at keeping this, clean and precise.
Let me ask you this. Would you have an interim who is still under merit if you needed to have someone fulfill that role? Because we did that with the clerk's office.
That's why you
We
couldn't.
created an interim clerk who was merit before she became contract.
But that's where we got into the rub, Mr. Chairman, if you'll remember, is that it could be questioned that everything that she performed as a city clerk during that period of time before we appointed her could be challenged because she wasn't the appointed approved city clerk. And that's the reason why I think this is important to leave it like this, and 5 more people fall under contracts instead of, and we got the same thing for the police, and we've got the same thing for a new position. Right. Although it's not really new because we've already got it in our job descriptions, an auditor, but we're gonna step in. So actually, we're talking about 6 besides the original 5.
Yeah, I don't have no problems with it as long as it's understood by the individuals that are going to be affected. That, like Josh, for instance, whether he wants to accept the contract or not, obviously it's up to him.
Right.
But it's the same thing that they did with the clerk. She made a decision to go ahead and sign the contract. And as long as the individuals that are affected by it understand that they're going to be under contract and not get the rug pulled out from under their feet.
Well, let me ask Mr. Matthews a quick question. And I will tell you that the previous city manager, I went in and sat down with him in his office. And I said, because I didn't know, how many of our personnel are under the contract system? So, well, I haven't gotten around to getting all those contracts done. Now, I didn't ever find a number that should have had contracts that didn't. I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions. But Mike, as assistant city manager under the previous city manager, should have had a contract.
It was talked about, but was never done.
That's right. See, and this says thou shalt do it, and this is the way we want it done. Now, we're not talking about all the employees, we're just talking about the administrative side of things. And that's the reason why I don't have a problem. I understand your concerns, but I don't have a problem with it. It's an extra step, and you're right. If you point me to be the clerk, for instance, I'm using her, I'm tired of pointing at Mike. And I go through the process and the city council says, yeah, that Bob's okay, then I don't like the contract that I come up with pass, then I can bow out right then and there. I could say, you're right, I don't sign the contract. So there's lots of layers to this stuff, and yes, they won't be a protected employee. They will be an appointed
position.
And yes, they're going to be under a contract.
Which means that they can negotiate their contract.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Pluses to it.
Have to negotiate. But that doesn't mean there's a lot of things that appointed members of our administration share with all those that are employed by the state personnel acts. Because we don't differentiate that every step of the way. We just do our thing, put them in, they still got the same days off. They don't get any overtime pay. Right. Although they probably need it tonight.
You say day off?
What? I mean, it's 9 o'clock.
Past their bedtime.
Yeah, well, anyway, I mean, I understand your concerns. I don't have a problem with it. Point well taken, and it's been discussed, so somebody one of these days can pull the tape down and see what was discussed. So
What's your poison?
I've offered an amendment, Mr. Chair, and of various things, and I'll just add this to the change the deputy clerk to be consistent with the other offices.
Yeah.
And when Hess gets back, he'll have to get the final copy to the clerk for inclusion in the minutes. And do the his, her, he, she thing. And I'll make a motion, we accept the amendments, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
1 second.
Got a motion, a second. Mr. Fuentes, what is the position of the municipal league? Or they have no position?
Mr. Chair, I don't know if the municipal league is even aware of that the opinion general has already been added to the state statutes. I think letting them know would definitely, not only to the executive director, but also like the managers association, because it will change how we treat all those org charts. Every community is going to have to deal with it differently.
Yeah.
Obviously, they have their own legal counsel that will be looking at it as well. But that's why that's why I just wanted to bring that up.
So maybe we're on the front edge of that.
That's right. That's right. And we'll know because and either we'll all be on the same page or we might end up with a different hybrid.
Let me ask a question.
Yes, sir.
Fuentes has brought this up several times about our chart. Is that something that the council has to approve, or is it just something the city manager can post on the wall and say, this is it?
It's approved.
Okay.
It's according to this document, it's approved.
Okay, well, the new city manager, one of his first things is try to make hay of all this, put it together, and then get past scrutiny by this committee or wherever else it needs to go.
Just for your information, there is usually the managers do get together in June, July for a meeting. Definitely this would be a great opportunity as a group to kind of visit, and hopefully by then the manager will be here and we'll be able to kind of network with them as well, with the managers throughout the state.
Well, I'm not gonna, I think the mayor's getting close, but I'm not the mayor, so I can't call. His call, so.
So we have a motion, a second. Do you have all the changes captured?
More or less.
I believe so. Count, with your permit, I will write these up and then talk with each of you individually to make sure everything's in there.
Okay, sounds good.
That's correct. Okay. Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved. Now, Mr. Mavers. Is it Mavers? Mavers, I'm sorry. My apologies. We've got a dust ordinance. I don't know what, not cutting you short, what the appetite is after being here for 5 hours.
But that is right.
If you make the decision to cut it short, that's entirely up to you. We're here tonight because of you.
Right, because I have asked for this.
Yes, you have.
This has been one of my items since a year ago that I found out that the city does not have an ordinance. And I asked.
It's gonna be springtime before we meet and the wind's already started blowing.
That's exactly right.
Let's go.
Let's get on this thing.
I did put together a short presentation just to give you some background and understanding. So again, we're proposing a amendment to the chapter 16, which is our nuisance section, to create a fugitive dust mitigation ordinance. Next slide, please. There we go. Again, you guys all know the background. We were all here spring and summer of 2022, exceedingly hot and dry, increased construction activity. It really was a perfect storm last year. Hot, dry, and increased construction activity. Complaints were received across the city. I think the majority of them, of course, in the northwest quadrant where the majority of the activity was going on, but there was complaints received citywide during that time. Next slide, please. As we all know, traditional measures of wind erosion control prove ineffective on projects that are greater than 1 acre. Effective types of wind control measures need to be implemented before a high wind event. You cannot implement something in the middle of yesterday afternoon would have been a really lousy time to try to do this. Yes, sir.
Time out just a minute. Okay, we adopted the amendments. Did we take a vote on moving it to city council?
No,
I was just wondering.
this is a non,
No, he's talking about the admin code.
Previous item.
Did we?
No, I don't think we did.
I think we just did the amendment.
no, yeah, you're right. Now we got to go back.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
But I was just sitting there going, wait a minute, we didn't ever vote this sucker out of here.
So now we need a motion to approve going back to
Item 13.
13.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we send to city council for their approval ordinance 32-XXX, amending the city's administrative code as amended.
Second.
I got a motion and I got a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same. Being none, so moved. Now, Mr. Moon.
Anyway, the bottom line is important. Staff was instructed to research other New Mexico cities. There aren't that many out there that actually have a fugitive dust ordinance. Most of them concentrated around Las Cruces and then, of course, Albuquerque in that area in there. Next slide. Again, the purpose of this is just the purpose statement, what we're trying to accomplish. Again, protect and maintain the natural environment just a little bit. And be able to see what they reduce negative health effects. Road hazard, which was a big problem last year. I believe we ended up shutting down Country Club a number of twice. The ordinance attempts to limit property damage due to blowing sand in particular matter caused by construction-related activities. Obviously, we cannot control Mother Nature. At some point, Mother Nature is going to do what she's going to do, but we can do a little bit to help. We can take the edge off. The intent is to minimize the contribution of construction-related dust production on a regular basis. It's a key phrase there. to require to reduce dust production on a regular basis. That was a big problem last year, is that the application of water, the application of binder material, the application of the utilization of silt fences, it was intermittent at best. The chapter also intends to realize that fugitive dust creation does occur to the natural environment. There's nothing we can do about that and natural events. However, careful and effective dust control measures are implemented in those sources which by their nature are prone to dust creation. The overall impact from those natural events can be minimized. We're not going to eliminate it. That's just the way it is. Yesterday with the wind blowing 50, 60 miles an hour, I took a drive around about 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It didn't matter who you are or where you were getting blown out.
Yeah.
And so no matter what we did. So next slide, please. The applicability of the ordinance. We went ahead and built in, it shall apply to any activity, equipment, operation, or practice, man-made or man-caused, capable of generating fugitive dust. There are exemptions for certain types of grading operations. Okay? There are exclusions and waivers possible on a case-by-case basis. The wind erosion control plan requirements are built in here. General activity standards are outlined, construction activity standards are outlined. It's all within this. That's why this thing is 13 pages long, plus all the definitions that go along with it. Next slide. Again, the applicability, grading requirements for residential, commercial, and industrial projects are outlined. City construction projects must comply with this ordinance. Control measures and inspections are outlined. Corrective measures and enforcement provisions are provided. Anyway, the ordinance itself is modeled from similar ordinances that are currently in place in Las Cruces and Albuquerque. Okay. Staff recommendation, of course, is to review the ordinance and then provide staff with any guidance on recommended revisions. This ordinance did go to, there was a meeting, we held a public meeting. About 30 of our builders and developers, as well as staff and city officials were brought in. We actually had comments from a couple of the builders who have done work in Las Cruces and done work in other places, were familiar with this, that said that it was actually quite well written and they appreciated our attempts to deal with this. The only negative comments they had is they wanted to ensure that when it came to the actual wind erosion control plan, that could be piggybacked on either their SWPPP or their grading plan. It would not necessarily require a completely new plan. Okay. The other thing that was expressed, and we haven't completely worked it out yet, is that there would be for projects under 1 acre, that an application would be essentially 1 page PDF, fill in the blank, letting us know that they would be applying water regularly and that no grading activity would be occurring if the wind exceeded 25 miles an hour. The others, for larger projects, they're much more deep. The application that we're working on is much more detailed because it will outline a variety of different control measures that can be used, everything from regular watering and the placement of silt fences up to and including soil binders. And for long-term stuff, even the possibility of going back in and hydro seeding with native plant life, getting enough water on it to get it to sprout, and then buying the soil in a natural way.
Do those silt barriers really work?
Actually, they do.
Do they?
Yeah. What you're looking at is what causes most of the problem is very fine material that's carried aloft.
Yeah.
Okay. Most of the stuff coming off of our construction is much more granular, almost like a hard sand.
Yeah.
You put the silt fences up, and what that does is it eliminates much of the problem that we had, like with Country Club. You won't get that blowing straight across the road nearly as much. They do have to be maintained. They're not, most silt fences have in a high wind environment, have a lifespan of about 30 days. and they have to be replaced, they have to be checked, they have to be maintained. But the combination of putting some kind of soil binder plus a silt fence and everything else will probably reduce traffic hazards significantly.
Yeah. Did you get much pushback from any of those?
Surprisingly.
What the heck are you trying to do to it?
There was a couple of of our smaller builders, the guys that build, 1 and 2 and 3. It's like, am I going to have to do all this? And then I explain, no, what you're going to have to do for the individual single lot, everything else is abide by 2 things. Number 1, no earth moving over, if the wind's over 25 miles an hour. And number 2, agree that until you get your sod or your other finish, I mean, let's face it, the best erosion control measure is a finished project.
Right.
That's the best erosion control measure. So the idea to be able to get them out there, get them under construction with a simple 1-page document that says, we'll keep, until we get the grass or our landscaping and everything down, we will keep it watered, we will keep it down, and we agree not to do any outdoor construction activity. We're not going to stop them from, if they're going inside and doing finish work, God bless you to do it. But I actually, when I was driving around yesterday, I actually saw a couple of our projects around town, even in that wind, they were working outside.
The Allsup's guys are working on that.
Yeah, and it's going to be a case by case. They were working outside on the Popeyes as well, but it was concrete and asphalt. They've already got their A-base and things down, so there wasn't anything coming off of it. It's all sealed. Okay, but I was really surprised to see guys out there working in that wind.
Okay, well, I think you've all got a task here to look at this proposed ordinance and
Sounds good.
try to get
Sounds real
this
good.
on the agenda next go around for discussion. So, okay, thank you, Mr. Now, with that being said,
Do I get 5 minutes?
you can have 5 hours.
I'll be very quick, very quick.
You just teasing.
This was left off the
Thank you.
agenda. So this can be the city manager's report.
Information.
Right.
As I reported last month, I asked for the opportunity to present a couple proposals to you, a couple options for the convention center. So I really want to focus on option 1. They're both identical. The question is whether or not we utilize the license or not. After meeting with our staff this last week over there, they are very confident that they can handle the liquor license for 200 or less. I'd actually put in 100 because I met with some of the restaurant owners. And they said it really wasn't worth their while to do an event for 100 or less, that it would cost them money to do that. They would do it, that they really didn't want to do it. After speaking to our staff, they felt very confident in the 200 number. So that is the option. What I'm telling you tonight, I'm going to put together policies and procedures for the convention center based off option 1. I've met with the entire staff over here. I have a vision for what that needs to be. Over the last week and a half, I've been contacted now 4 times. I was contacted again yesterday by the state of New Mexico actually called me, the environmental department that does the solid waste training. And I've got them on the schedule for September. They're going to do their solid waste training here. And my proposal will be for any federal, state, or local government agencies to be able to use the facility for free. Out of these 4 events that I've talked to you in the last week and a half, there's about 300 people just in those 4 groups that will be staying a week in Roswell, eating 3 meals a day in our restaurants. So I will be working very hard over the next month with the staff at the convention center to put together a plan. I envision developing a book. So when you walk in the door and you say, I want to rent this room, there's a price for that room. And you say you want a table, we're going to actually have a photograph of that table, tablecloth on it. And not that one, or do you want the table with all this dishes on it? Or this, you'll have your options. That table, depending on which one you cost, has a price to it. It's set up like that. So if you want 50 of those, you multiply that cost for that table times 50. That's what that costs. The room costs this much, and go talk to a restaurant to cater your business. I've got a plan in case we lost employees and we had to, because we already have some contracts signed for events coming up in the future. And so we'll honor all those. We're going to treat everybody right, but I want to offer a very good service for a facility, not a food. Yeah, just my opinion. Our employees have been put in a very bad situation because we never could find enough employees to do a banquet for 500 people and really serve them and do what they're paying for. So I want to get out of that business and provide a very high quality facility and let our restaurants and things like that provide good quality food for them. So, Mr. Chairman, committee members, I just want to give you a heads up. I'm going to try really hard to have a document ready, policies and procedures and the pricing and everything ready for the next meeting. Not guaranteeing you I'm going to be able to do that, but if not, it'll be the next one. But we got some time here. I want to thank our employees that are over there. Just so you know, we have not had a manager for that facility. So tomorrow I will be appointing two individuals applied for that job. So I've interviewed both of them. Tomorrow I'll appoint one of them as the interim, the acting manager, and I'll pay him out of class pay for that position. Once we get the new city manager and we have a discussion on what we really are going to do with that, then we'll put it back out and discuss how we're going to manage that facility. But I'll be glad to answer any questions. These are just some of the things that we've discussed that we have to address.
I just want to say thank you, Mr. Matthews, for taking this project on.
Yeah,
You're right. We have set that up for maybe failure because of not having enough people. We also know by looking at the numbers, it didn't make sense for the city to be in there. We were losing money on that operation and not covering costs. So I want to say thank you for taking this project on.
No, absolutely, my pleasure. And just so you know, that's not going to pay for itself.
Never will.
I think it's a good community facility. It should be available to our community at a reasonable rate and get more and more people in there to utilize it, show it off and keep it full.
Right. Because we have driven off business.
Yes, sir.
And you're on the road to having us stop and fulfill the needs of this community. So again, thanks.
Sure. He was asking for some direction. I'm leaning toward option one.
Option.
I'll prepare a document based on option one, and then we can amend that when that document comes forward, if there's other.
Well, tonight we omitted a lot of stuff.
Just to clarify, you put 200 on here. Were you saying we would work service under 200 or under 100?
Under 200. I first started with 100.
Okay.
And then our staff.
No, I think it's great.
And what he's also allowed for is for them to bring somebody in as well.
Yeah.
We don't want to do it.
Yeah.
They want somebody else to do it besides the city.
The only thing we have liquor licenses is that if there's two events going on at the same time and they both have a liquor license, the burden is going to be placed on them to work together to have the same vendor because we cannot have two liquor licenses for the same address.
Nice.
And my understanding from our attorney, for us to suspend our license for the day, all it is when they come in here to apply for their picnic license, we have a form letter that we fill in the dates, attach it to their picnic license application that goes to the state, and they suspend our license just for that one.
Yeah. Counselor.
So I believe my question is, you're working at 200 and under. What was the safari? What did they bring in last weekend? How many people did they have in there?
I think there was over 500.
500. And you were able to say that our group was able to do 500.
No, we hired a lot of additional help for that.
For the bars?
Yes, for the bars. Their food was catered by Peppers, but we did operate the bars because we'd already established temps, the temp agency to come help us for that event. So we had plenty of help for the.
So here's my dilemma. Of course, I have a contract for the year for the Federated Women. You say you're going to uphold that, so that's all the way till December. Okay. I have another event I'm going to put on September 16th. I'm looking at 320 people. So are you telling me besides finding my food, I have to find a bar, the alcohol?
Yeah, if this is passed, if y'all agree to my proposal, we'll do bars for under 200. And you'll probably get it cheaper by finding somebody else than ours. Because currently, if you go by the pricing that we have now, I think we charge more for our bars than any other bars do.
I just need to know, because
Sure,
I need to
absolutely.
get my event started. I can't keep dragging my feet and pretending that I'm doing this when I need to get up there and get this advertised. So that gives me a little bit more direction than the other day. Thank you.
Move for adjournment.
No, we're going to go
Second.
public discussion, public participation, if there is anyone left.
All right.
There's nobody.
Is there anyone online?
There's two people still on. They all got their
I got my hanging out.
mics muted.
Well,
I was interested in the comments that you said live.
going once? No mic? Curious if the Liberty gets, what's that say?
Is it
Is that
good?
the only chat that we got?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Under the RP requirements, does that mean they get to award themselves an extremely profitable portion of the event, the liquor and food sales?
That would be the perception.
That's, yeah.
Going once, twice, meeting adjourned.
Aye.
Second it.
Thank you, Tish.
Just waited.
Good night, Tess.